what's up? Alright, I can hear you now. What's up? Let's see. Yeah, what's up? Real as fuck. Or actually, should I stream it on Discord or do you want to watch that shit on YouTube? That's just my stream thumbnail. Yeah, man. Wait up. Fucking. Let me put on a YouTube video. Boom. And then I go to. Oh no, it's not getting the Final Fantasy audio. It better be. No, it is. Okay, and then I need to get YouTube audio. And then, okay. YouTube. I'm gonna put on like a fucking Goblin podcast or something. That shit's pretty fun. And then how is
You're now watching the Godcast.
second.
Boys and girls, welcome back to the Gobcast, episode 84. We're getting pretty deep into it at this point. Every week, we're crawling a little bit closer to episode 100, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited about that. Thank you all for tuning in once again. It's a pleasure having you, to say the least. I appreciate you all being here. And this week, we have yet another wonderful caller episode. A caller episode that, as wild as this one's about to get, will feel like a you know, almost relaxing compared to the Brandon Novak episode that we just dropped last week, which was a little off the rails. You know, he was talking about letting dudes blow him for $10 and putting rocks in his ass, and that's something that I hope I don't have to hear about this week. This week, what I do want to hear about is things that you got away with. So I want you to call in, and I asked everybody to tell me something they did in their life that they got away with. And it could be anything. It could be a crime. It could be, you know, something completely legal that maybe they just shouldn't have done. Maybe, you know, they just snuck around and did something they shouldn't have, or I don't know, had an affair of some sort. Anything you got away with in your life and you feel like maybe you shouldn't have gotten away with it, I really wanted to hear about it. And I'll tell you guys right now, today, I was not disappointed with the calls I received. We have someone who claims they got away with hitting a child on an e-bike. I don't really know why you'd call in and share that, but they did, and they sounded proud of it. They described it as being worth it. You have someone who stole
That's
jewelry
crazy
from a
work.
store that they worked at, someone who decided to smash the drive-through pharmacy window at a Walgreens. Numerous hit and runs were called in today. We got a little bit of everything in this one, and I'm excited to dive into these calls. But before we do, I gotta say real quick, a very urgent announcement. Okay, listen up. Our Instagram was banned. Not just temporarily suspended or anything like that. The official Gobcast Instagram was banned, all right? We have a new temporary placeholder account while we work on getting unbanned that you guys need to follow in the meantime, because if you want to call into this show, that's now where you do it. Now, our @ has only changed by one single digit. There's a dot between the and Gobcast now. So if you go on Instagram and type in the.gobcast, or you scroll down and click the link below, you can follow us on Instagram and stay up to date with the exact time and day we're taking calls and what phone number to call, which I got to remind you once again, there might be some new people around here who don't know about it. Just follow us on Instagram. Check our story. If you're ever curious what day we're going to take calls, if we don't have a story posted that day, we're not taking calls that day. If we do have a story posted, it's more than likely that it's a phone number that you can call from, because that is the only reason I ever post a story on the Gobcast account. We don't post anything else on our story. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and talk about some things that we got away with today. And let's start in particular with the guy who ran over a child on an e-bike and seems kind of proud of it. Let's listen in.
Hey, Gob, so
Fine.
I actually just got done with a f***ing case.
Okay.
It's a pretty heavy thing, but I think the outcome will be well worth. I hit a kid.
What do you mean well worth it? Like, bro, it's literally, I just choked on my own fucking. What do you hit a kid on eBay instead of being like, oh dude, like I feel really bad, I hit a child, he's a small child, I could have injured him, like I feel hopefully the outcome is good and I get out of this without going to prison. He's just like, dude, it was worth it. It'll be well worth it once the outcome arrives, you know? Like he sued the kid or something. Dude, he blew the red. You know, this kid blew a fucking red light. It's his fault.
Yeah, I hit a kid on an e-bike. And the kid was going pretty fast, so.
This dude hit a kid on
Everyone's
an
gearing
e-bike.
up for the holidays. The best friend
That's so crazy.
and
Man.
Oh, dude, imagine the way I picture this scenario before I even call him is I imagine him like pulling out of a parking lot or something, and there's like one of those crosswalks where like, you know, there's a sidewalk and you're supposed to wait before that to see if anyone's coming, and this kid is probably on his little e-bike just fucking fly into his homie's house. They're about to go play hacky sack, right? In comes this guy's Ford F-150, and this kid is doing a somersault 20 feet in the fucking air, right? Like that's how I'm envisioning this.
I just got done with court today for that, though.
Nice.
So, my name's Michael. Goodbye.
Thanks, Michael. All right, now let's call him. I want to hear about this, dude. Did the kid get any airtime from this? That's what I really want to know. Wait, why is it not ringing? There's just like a... Just like a eerie silence here. Hello? What is happening? It's almost like there was like a weird sound in there, but it didn't ring. Let's call him again. Maybe second time's the charm. Oh, there we go. It's ringing now. It's ringing now.
Hello.
Yo, you're on the Gobcast. You mind being recorded?
Yeah, go for it. What's up?
Yo, you sound kind of like, you know, I heard you smile a little bit there, dude. I feel like this isn't something you should be happy about with, you know, the voicemail you left.
Okay, so, all things considered, I'm happy with the outcome, you know?
Okay. All right.
So, you want me to walk you through it?
Yeah, walk me through the day you hit a kid on an e-bike. Like, describe this for me. I have a picture in my head, but I'm curious how close I am.
Okay. I was bringing something to my younger sister at her
Okay.
school, that she left at home. And, you know, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. Sun's beaming into my eyes. And I turn, and as I'm turning, there's a kid coming, like, opposite side of me on an e-bike. And I clip the back of him. He's okay, though. He was cleared by medics on scene, thankfully, but, like...
Oh, he's like, totally okay? Like...
As far as I've heard, yeah. I haven't gotten anything back from, like, insurance, you know, as far as, like, damages to the bike or anything, but...
In 5 years, dude, his arm's going to look like a boomerang, probably, you know? Like, he's too young to realize it. How fast do you think he was going?
Yeah. Oh, dude, it was like I'm pretty sure it was like a Class 3 e-bike, so pretty fast. Like, I didn't see him until I hit him, and he like, it was like the very corner of my car, and like the very back of his e-bike that hit.
Okay. All right. So you didn't kill the kid, you know? He's all right. But what was the damage to your car? Like, what did it end up looking like?
I mean, it's a little up. Like, took a couple chunks of the bumper out and like cracked it, but
okay.
I don't really give a shit. So it's all good.
So how did you end up in court for this? Like, what happened to you after you hit this kid?
Okay, so it was a month before I turned 21, and I had a pack of cigs sitting in my door.
Oh.
Yeah. And so that's what they got me for. They searched the car, and, you know, obviously.
Oh, and you were riding around with some shit you shouldn't have had?
Yeah. So, and, like, I didn't have anything on me except for, like, a vape, but in my car I had so much just, like, old dispos and shit. Like, nothing too crazy, but I was like, holy, like...
Awaken to a world of wonder in Final Fantasy XIV Online. Take it easy and play your way. Whether it's fishing, crafting, or taking on quests. Play solo.
Really?
Or team up with your friends. Final Fantasy XIV Online. Play free today.
I rely on Grammarly heavily in my day-to-day life. It helps make my own writing stronger because when I see the same errors pop up again and again, I know to watch for it myself before Grammarly even touches it. Some of the generative options, like the improve your impact, are really helpful. Grammarly offers ideas for how to make it more relatable to the audience or how to strengthen the emotional impact of the content. Grammarly is definitely an essential tool that I rely on more and more, especially as new features are added that become helpful with generating content or new ideas. Grammarly helps me with every part of the writing process.
So they got you on possession charges, and hitting the kid was just the catalyst for this event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, dude, you should have dished the carts on him, bro. Like, while he was down on the ground, you should have just loaded his little backpack up with disposables and cigarettes and shit. Like, this badass little delinquent-ass kid smoking cigarettes and flooring it on his e-bike while I'm trying to turn into the school, you know? You probably could have gotten away with that.
I probably could have, yeah.
So then fill me in on what happens when they're searching your car. I mean, what exactly do they pull out?
I mean, just like, I'm pretty sure they took one of my favorite lighters, too. Which I don't know if they raped. But, yeah, like, a whole bunch of shit that I forgot about. I don't even know what all they took. But, yeah, it was just, like, pretty much a free cleaning for my car, in a way.
So then what did you end up actually going to court for? Like, what were the actual charges?
So I had a misdemeanor for the possession, and then an infraction
Okay.
And yeah, the judge was like, oh, it's like this could carry up to like 180 days in jail, blah, blah, blah. But then my, the prosecutor was talking to me, he was like, you know what? I'm going to dismiss it. You just got to deal with the infraction. So instead of paying like 800 or 600, I think it was, I only got to pay like 160 for the infraction.
Damn. So you kind of, in a sense, hitting a kid costs $150 is basically what you're telling me.
Exactly. Yeah, like my insurance hasn't gone up yet, but I mean this all happened last month, so I don't know how quick that'll take effect. But yeah, like insurance hasn't raised or anything. All I got to do is pay $160 to the court, and then I'm back to worry-free living about that shit.
I don't know, dude. I mean, if I was your insurer, I'd probably crank your rates up pretty fat for that, dude. If I found out you made little Timmy do a flip, I'd for sure crank your shit up.
Yeah.
But
I mean, thankfully, I did have dash cam coverage.
oh,
So-
okay. Well, that makes it better.
Yeah,
Dude.
'cause the prosecutor was like, oh, you're the one with that dash cam footage, because you could see, like, you barely saw the kid
Uh-huh.
in the footage. Because, like, yeah, the sun was just beaming, like I said.
Damn. Did you ever what did you say to the kid when you hit him? Like, how did you react initially? I'm intrigued. Like, were you like, oh, I'm sorry?
Okay.
You're like, did you like run up to him or like what happened?
Yeah, I like ran up to him. I was like, oh shit, are you okay? I called 911. And are you familiar with the
I'm
Malcolm
just
in the
getting
Middle?
revived by Ned.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch a ton of it, but yeah, I know the show.
Okay, well, there's an episode where this kid's like bullying Malcolm, and then Malcolm beats the shit out of him, and it turns out it was his birthday. That's kind of what the feeling was like, because he was like, I was asking how old he was. He's like, I'm 14. Oh no, 15. My birthday was yesterday, and I'm like, oh.
Oh, 15.
Man.
Wait, he was 15? Wait, that kid's old enough. Oh, never mind. Well, I was picturing like a 6-year-old.
No, God, no.
This
Yeah,
dude
I
was
would've-
that's a
see, I would've
man.
been-
Are you kidding? That's a bro. His balls have dropped. Are you kidding me? He can handle that shit. Tell him walk it off. You should have left.
Yeah.
I would have dipped. I 100% would have dipped, dude.
I mean, he was pretty bloodied up. I will say that. Like, he took that.
Okay, so he wasn't totally fine. You made it sound like he got up and was just like it was just like he tripped.
No, he was crying and shit. Cause like I said, he was going fast. So I kind of did launch him off the side.
Oh shit. I mean, okay, well, I was picturing like a fucking 8-year-old. So I mean, dude, at 15 years old, you're old enough to like, I don't know, smoke weed and like rob a store. So like, I have less sympathy. Like, you're old enough to like, you can deal with that. So yeah, you should have just pulled off, man.
That is true, yeah.
You should have left. But hey,
Oh.
I'm glad you dealt with it in court, dude. And I'm glad the kids you hit was moderately okay. And hopefully your insurance doesn't go up, dude. Thank you for calling in and sharing.
Oh, of course. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You take care, man.
You have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Dude, the whole I'm picturing like him pulling into an elementary school or some shit and just making this little 8-year-old do a fucking somersault. And then at the end he just sneaks in and he's like, well, yeah, I asked him how old he was and he said he turned 15 yesterday. Like, bro, come on, dude.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards because we printed them for millions of small businesses over the past 25 years.
15's not even that young for that, that reminds me, I had a friend who got hit by a car on his bike riding to school when we were that exact age. We were freshmen in high school. He was 14, and he got hit by a car. My boy Anuj, shout out to Anuj, if he's out there in the world somewhere. He got hit by, I think it was a bus actually, Ethan, but it was like pretty minor. It was a very slow thing. But I remember he came back to school in a cast, and we did this whole thing in class to, like, you know, hype him up when he came back. Like, oh, dude, it's so great you're okay, that you didn't die under the bus, you know? Like, this guy could have killed my boy, you know, in a different timeline. So, thankfully, I mean, hey, the kid was old enough to deal with it, though. Am I right? I mean, a little bloodied up at 18 years or 15 years old. Anything that says teen after it, like, okay, you can handle that. Like a 10-year-old, okay, you're still a kid. Like 14, 15, it's like, all right, bro. You know, I mean, I had homies getting hit by cars in that age range. All right, next up. Do you have someone who, I mean, this voicemail is honestly kind of a mess. They talk about being the head bear stuffer at Build-A-Bear Workshop, but that has nothing to do with the call because they got a different job and started stealing jewelry. And that had nothing to do with Build-A-Bear. So I guess they're just proud of the Build-A-Bear thing. Maybe trying to use that to make them seem like a better person. I don't judge. I don't care if you worked at Build-A-Bear. And in fact, I haven't been to Build-A-Bear in probably 20 years. So, like, I don't care, you know? But let's listen in.
Hey, Goblin. So let's talk about things that I got away with that I shouldn't have. That taught me a lot about who I am as a person.
Okay.
So when I was 18, I worked at the mall.
This guy really reflected on this shit, dude. When I worked at the mall, I would just take a bunch of Xanax and pass out in the bathtub display. And then just go buy vape juice at the smoke shop 2 doors down, and, like, that was my life. This guy, I never reflected on him. This guy's, you know, he clearly did.
You know, typical 18-year-old needed some kind of money, so found a retail job.
Okay.
Worked at Build-A-Bear for a little bit. Hated that, having stuffed bears. I was officially the head bear stuffer while there for about a year. But that's not the point. The point.
I wonder if head bear stuff, like, do you get a 401k and, like, some benefits with that? Or, like, what's head bear stuffer getting? Is that just manager?
Is went, left that, found another retail job at the mall at a place where I made jewelry. Did, like, watch repairs, little things like that. And, it was a pretty chill job. Kind of just watching Netflix on my phone the whole day. Every blue moon, someone would come in for, like, a battery change, a band switch, something like that. So it was a really chill job.
Now, what I remember about watch repair places in the mall is they will steal the genuine parts out of your watch and swap, like, shitty stuff in. There was a watch repair place in the mall when I was younger, and I had a couple friends who, like, they didn't have Rolexes or anything, but they just had, like, normal cheap watches. And, bro, you'd bring it in there, it was always sketchy. They always would take, like, a month to repair your shit, and you get it back, and, like, it just wasn't. It was weird. And if you went and read the reviews, they're closed down now. I think the whole mall is dead as fuck now. But if you went online and read their Google reviews, it was insane. Like, they had, like, a 2.4-star rating, and they were running that shit for probably a decade, dude. So this might be the dickhead who was stealing the fucking dial on my watch.
I watched Netflix, like, the whole 2 years I was there, but towards the end, started realizing there was like no one ever there, and we had this space in the back that was kind of like all the returns and jewelry pickups that people were supposed to come get. So when I finished a job, I put it in the safe, and over the year, I noticed there was a lot of stuff that kept going in that safe that never ever left the safe. So I think you can kind of guess where this is going. And towards the end of my stay there, I started realizing that it was really easy to take out watches and chains and rings out of that safe that had been there for maybe like a year or two that no one ever would come and pick up, or maybe they died. I don't know.
That's kind of morbid, dude. I mean, theft from the employer is one of the sketchiest crimes that you can commit because they know exactly who you are. Like, once they catch you doing it, you're fucked. If you steal in a lot of other circumstances, you know, there's still the element of, like, okay, well, the person you stole from might not know who did it. Like, they might not know who you are. Even if they have, like, a camera, you know, video of you doing it, they might not know who you are. But when you steal from your employer, you're just fucked. And that's why it's something I never really did when I was younger on, like, a large scale or anything like that. I mean, I remember when I worked at Jewel, oh, dude, I stole alcohol out of there while I was at work. I would steal, like, you know, I'd sometimes grab a little snack on my way to the break room or out the door to grab some shit off the shelf. I stocked shelves, so it made it really easy. But I never, like, had some grand scheme where I was pawning the shit from the safe at my workplace. Like, that's next level. At one point, when I worked at the Lexus dealership, I was working the cash register for a bit, and surprisingly, people would come in and buy cars with large amounts of cash pretty often. There's one time some guy came and he brought like tens of thousands of dollars in cash, and it took us all hours to count that shit. And that was one of the days I was most tempted. I was like, yeah, I could take this right now, go get a tent, live in the woods for a year till everything dies down, fucking have this big sack of cash. Thank God I didn't do that.
I will protect all in Riza Maxia.
If that's the case, then we're declaring war. We won't lose to you.
It doesn't matter who stands in our way. We will carve our path forward.
Hey guys.
Good night.
Hey guys.
Good night.
Hey guys.
No. Not today. Are you ready? Don't scroll. Don't click out of this ad. Smile.
And yeah, over the course of that, towards the end of that 2-year stint there, I probably took about $30,000-$40,000 worth of jewelry out of the
Oh
safe.
my God.
And took it to a pawn shop, and your boy's smoking good for the rest of college off of that. Not really the best case of use of that money, but got me through a lot of cold nights, got me through a lot of those late classes. So yeah, something I should not have gotten away with. Think about it a lot. Managed to steal a lot of money from a jewelry store I worked at when I was 18, and never looked back, never stolen.
This is the kind of thing that would genuinely burn a hole in my brain for a long time. I would be tweaking about this for so long. I mean, we're about to call this guy right now, but I would genuinely be tripping. It sounds like he is, too. I mean, he says himself that this is on his mind often. So, can't blame him. Head bear stuffer, dude. Turn to crime. Build-A-Bear doesn't pay enough money, dude. This economy's all fucked up. Shit's cooked out here, dude. You better pick up, buddy. You better pick up. He's back stuffing bears.
Please leave.
Yeah, okay, alright, yeah, we won't. Alright. We'll send him a message. Let's see if he's free in a minute. This is a new method I use. I text people when they miss the call to see if they'll then be free for the call later. Well, while we wait on him to respond, I guess it's my turn to talk about some shit that I got away with. You know, I've gotten away with plenty of shit in my life, as you've probably heard if you've watched any of the content I put out over the years outside of these podcasts. And I think when I look back at the kind of shit I got away with, a lot of it was very mundane to me because my specialty was getting away with, you know, stupid minor crimes. I stole all the time when I was younger. I would get pulled over with tons of illicit shit in my car, and I got away with a lot of it because I just looked the way I do, you know? I mean, I'm a normal looking white dude with no tattoos. I don't look threatening in any way, and you know, here I am just sitting here. So a lot of the time I really took advantage of that, and I really I ran that shit to the dirt. That was always my upper hand. Whenever my friends wanted a bottle from the store, they wanted me to go steal something, I was the guy they'd send in to do it. And I was always happy to do it because I knew I was going to get away with it. I knew I was going to get exactly what I came in for almost every single time I did it. And I think that confidence also helped me get away with a lot of shit, too. When you go in, you know, I stole a fuckload when I was younger. Every store in my town despised a guy like me. I was a true menace, dude. All the grocery stores were getting hit. Walgreens got fucked. Walmart, I fucked all the time. Specifically, Walmart really got the brunt of my aggression. You know, one time, back when Walmart was still 24 hours, back when America was still a real country, I went into Walmart at like 2 a.m. and I went to the electronics section. I don't know if it was actually 2 a.m., but it was late. I remember it was night. I went in and I went to the electronics section, and this girl just opened the sliding door for me. And I remember grabbing a Nintendo DS. Like, she like handed it to me, you know? She literally just opened the fucking door. No alarm on the DS, mind you. This is a different time, dude. It was literally like 2016, if I remember correctly. No alarm on the DS. So I literally, in my winter jacket, just put it in my inner pocket and walked straight out the fucking door. Just straight. I dipped. The girl who pulled it out for me, she's like, okay, you got to pay for it up front. And I was supposed to meet her up there, and I just left. I just left the store. And nothing happened. No one like pursued me. No one said anything. I just walked right out the door. And I used to do that all the fucking time. I had this tactic at Walmart. Some of you guys who have watched my content, you've heard in depth about how I got arrested stealing from Walmart, but I haven't talked as much about the times where I got away with it. I used to have this little strategy when I needed some money to buy whatever I needed to buy. Usually a big bag of weed or sometimes a big bag of Zans. You know, in high school, those are my two favorites. But...
Oh, you hopping up Fortnite, bro? Low key, if I have some time, I'll let you know you work. Oh, type shit. But I have band practice, maybe like in the early afternoon. But I go to band practice at like 2, I think. Yeah, but I'm also getting tired. I've just been grinding on this shit though. This shit's fire. This dude is telling a story about how he like shoplifted a DS from Walmart. But like, he went late night and this chick just slid open the fucking glass case for him and said, yeah, go pay up front. And then bro just fucking dipped. That shit's insane though. Well, the method's been patched now, but I gotta try that shit. You're real there. But yeah, my brother, have a good night. Oh, fucking hell yeah. Later, my brother. I'm also faded than I have, so. Oh shit. We'll be right back.
I didn't have blow money in high school, unfortunately. But either way, I had this little tactic I figured out where I used to take those big plastic storage totes that you have in like your garage or maybe your attic if you live in a big house, and I would put one in my cart and take the lid off and just put the lid to the side. And the barcodes for these, if you scan them, are always on the outside for some reason. Just always. They were on the outside of the tote. So I'd put the tote in my cart, and looking back at it, it looked super suspicious. But when you look like I do, it kind of doesn't look very suspicious. So I went in there, and I used to go, some of you may remember when Walmart, and pretty much every store, Target had these too, they would have these big bins of discount media. It was Blu-rays, DVDs, Xbox games, PlayStation games, the whole shebang. And on their own, they were pretty cheap. You know, you'd have maybe at most a $10 to $20 game would be in that bin. But they were mostly the only games that were loose with no alarm, right? Everything else, if you wanted to go get a $60 game out of the glass that someone had to come get, and you had to get an employee to get it for you, which made it a little harder, and that shit had an alarm on it. It would sometimes, they would usually have those plastic cases, you know? So Best Buy sucks. They use those plastic cases for everything, and it sucks. Or they just have those little, like, X-shaped alarms. Either way, I would fill up the whole storage tote as high as I could with a bunch of video games. I would try to go for the video games because the DVDs and Blu-rays don't really resell for anything. But I would have like 20 fucking Lego Batman games. Or like I would have like, because there's only 3 games, you know, 3 or 4 different games in this bin, but there's a million of them. So I would literally have like 10 to 20 copies of each game in the fucking bin, fill up a tote, close it up, go to self-checkout at Walmart, and pay for the tote. And then I would just walk out with it. I showed my receipt, and I did this numerous times without getting caught successfully. Once I got out with the totes, I always had to think to myself, like, how do I get rid of this many Batman games in order to get an ounce of fucking weed? And the answer was just go to every single GameStop and pawn shop in the area. You know, like, spread it out. There was other game stores, too, that I'd also go to. It wasn't just GameStop, but I'd spread it out. You know, I'd pull up, at most, give 2 copies of the same game to each store, you know? And I'd be like, oh, yeah, me and my little brother both have copies, so we could play together on our consoles. And now we're both selling them to get the new ones or whatever. Just some bullshit-ass story, which at GameStop, like, bro, they're not the feds. They don't care. Like, as long as if I walked in and sold, like, 10 copies of each game, they'd be like, all right, dude. And they're all still wrapped in the seal, too. That's another thing. I would usually take the seal off and, like, open it at least for the first time, so it didn't seem completely brand new. Because selling sealed games is pretty, you know, it's pretty sketchy. That's not... It's like, all right, bro, we came in to pawn 5 copies of Lego Batman. They're all sealed, dude. What's cracking with that? But I would sell it all for cash and just get away with it. And it worked until finally I got arrested for felony retail theft. I think it was like the 4th time I did it, if I remember correctly. I actually got caught and got arrested, got it reduced to a misdemeanor in court, and honestly, looking back at it, still worth it at the time. I don't care. The first 3 times I did it, I would usually make like $200 to $250 after I sold all the games. Sometimes it was a little less, but I remember the most I ever made was around $250, and that was like big money at the time, dude. That was huge. I mean, when you're 16, you got fuck all, and you're trying to get high with your dumbass friends. Like, dude, $250 is Bill Gates money. Like, buddy, I just sold my stake in Microsoft. Like, that's fucking huge. Another thing that I got away with that's a little more serious that I've talked about online before is I got assigned, I've in my life total been assigned to about 450 community service hours. And that is actually, no, it's about 500 in total. I forgot the first time I got them. But I was on probation back in like 2017, and I got sentenced to, I believe it was 200 for that instance. And I had those 200 hours, and I only actually did about 20 of them. I went to this place where
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. The best friend. And the first timer. The neighborhood hero.
they would sign these little like permission slips saying you did your service. And I realized pretty quickly as I was coming in to do my hours where they stored that stack of slips. So I went in for about like 20 real hours of service. I saved all my slips because the way it would work is they'd sign your slip saying you did your service, and then you'd bring them all in at the end to show like, hey, look, I did all this service. They'd add it up and be like, cool, you did your service. Like, you know, PO's all good. Everyone's satisfied. That's it, right? So I got like 20 hours worth of slips, and then I stole the stack. One day I went in to go volunteer, and I went to the bathroom, and I just grabbed the stack of papers and fucking left. Like, I just walked out the door and dipped. And completely fine. I went home, and that was where the real work began, because I was sitting there trying to forge all these signatures that, like, I've never forged a signature before. Like, this isn't something I'd ever done. So, like, dude, I tried tracing. I remember practicing a bunch on notebook paper, because there was only like 2 or 3 people that would ever sign it. So I didn't have to learn like a million different signatures. There was only a handful of them at a time. But I'm just like filling in these times and fucking signatures and shit, which if anyone cross-checked their schedule of like, who was signing papers on this day, they would have 100% caught me and realized that I was faking these, but they didn't. I brought them all in. I got the documentation saying I did all my 200 hours of community service, and I got off probation for that. And it fucking worked. And when I look objectively at like, okay, what are the riskiest things I ever did that I got away with? That's probably it. That's probably it, because my reduction to a misdemeanor would have been forfeit. I would have gone to juvie, or it would have been jail at that point, because I became an adult while I was on probation. So it would have been, I just would have gone to jail at that point. For I believe it was like a year. It was the same sentence as my probation, is what my PO kept telling me. She's like, if you fuck this up, because I was pissing dirty early on. She's like, if you fuck this up, like, you're going to jail for a year. You realize that, right? Like, you're not going to be able to just get more probation. Like, that's not how it works. Fuck him. In the end, she ended up liking me so much, she gave me a McDonald's gift card when I finished. She gave me a $5 McDonald's gift card when I got off probation. It was like, damn, you don't even realize I just fucked you in the ass. You know, I'm so sorry, PO. I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's see if this guy texts me back, dude. And if not, we're going to fucking... All right. I'm going to say his phone number out loud, dude. 1,000 likes on this episode. No, we're going to get 1,000. No, it needs to be a little higher than that. No, 2,000 likes on this episode, and I'm just posting this guy's shit. Like, just outright on Twitter. All right, well, next up. Homeboy here used to work at a car wash and apparently has stole plenty of money from that car wash. Once again, someone stealing from their place of employment. Like, why? Just go steal. Dude, you can go to fucking Jewel-Osco or whatever your local store is and steal bottles of alcohol and sell them to alcoholics. Like, why would you steal from your place of work? The grocery store doesn't know who you are. Jewel-Osco never knew who I was. Dude, I remember I literally, before I even started doing drugs, I was stealing from Jewel, dude. That shit was a staple of my life. Me and my homies used to go in there and steal the chicken wings. Dude, they had a little cart with the fucking chicken wings out front, and you could grab a bucket, and we'd fill the bucket up and just put it in our backpack and run out the door. And because we walked past the grocery store every day on the way home from school. It was amazing. Dude, I ate so much chicken in freshman year. Dude, I can't even, like, amount of chickens that died just for me and my friends to steal their meat, probably 1,000 chickens. Let's take a quick moment out of today's episode to talk about my good friends at Five, because I've got some very special news about Five. They're hooking y'all up with a completely free bag of their new Quick Hits gummies. All you gotta do is pay shipping, and check out the link below. These gummies have 15 milligrams of green goodness per piece for a total of 150 milligrams of green goodness per bag. And if you're not very good at math, that's 10 gummies in the bag, completely free right to your doorstep. This is a very great value, and I'm going to be honest here, you should have a little discretion when you try these gummies because they hit fast. They're not called quick hits for no reason. They kick your ass and they'll kick it quickly. So check out Five. Check out the offer that's exclusive to this month only, and don't wait on it because you might miss out on the free bag. This is only while supplies last, so don't sleep. Shout out to Five for supporting the show. If you've been watching my content for a long time, you'll know that Five has been supporting us more than pretty much any other sponsor in terms of how long they've been around. So thanks once again, Five. Love you guys. Shout out all y'all for watching the show. Let's get right back into it.
Yo, what's up, Goblin? So let me get straight to the point. I used to work at a car wash. I'm not gonna say the name of it, but basically I worked my way up to like supervisor and then AM. But through that whole time, I used to we didn't take cash at there. We only took cards, and I used to get like $20 car washes. I would like take cash for, and I probably racked up like 1,000 off of that the whole time I was working there. One time we had.
Oh, so he would just. People would pull up to the car wash and he'd be like, yo, $20 cash, and just take it all home.
Like a Halloween car wash, and they give away like free car wash cards, and I took a stack of like maybe 200-300 of them, and I just gave them out to everyone. If they had like a nice car or like my family members, I gave them out to everyone. Everyone was set with like, I think they were $14 value each. So
See, I like this one because the first half of this, I get it. It's like, all right, bro, you made some money, you stole that shit, you profited, great. But stealing 200 or 300 free car wash vouchers and just handing them out to everyone you know is just purely malicious. Like, you didn't make a dime from that. There was no benefit. You literally just said, fuck my employer, dude. I take this shit for free, everybody. I actually like that.
Right, a couple of $1,000 in that. And then we also used to, like, sometimes when it was slow, we would close down the car wash and go, like, hotbox the bathroom. And one time we did that, and, like, one of the higher ups came in. He, like, walked in the bathroom, and it still smelled like weed, but he didn't say nothing. So, like, I got away with that, and I low-key used to do a bunch of shit at that job. But if you want to hear more about it, call me back.
So this guy's just calling in to confess to being the worst employee of all time. Like, he's just here to tell me he got away with just being a fucking horrible staff member at the local car wash. All right. Worst employee of all time, dude. Let's call him right now. Do not hire. Yo, you're on the Cobcast. You mind being recorded?
Yeah, that's cool, bro.
Yo, I heard you're a fucking terrible employee, bro. What's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, I low-key, yeah, I used to take cash for car washes a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
How long did you work at this car wash in total?
Probably like a year and a half.
When did you start fucking around on the job?
Pretty much like 2-3 months in. I'm not gonna lie. I had like a one car worker that already like was taking cash for car washes. So he like put me on.
So how did this scheme work where you're taking cash for car washes? Because I've heard about other people calling in and talking about taking cash for whatever their job does. How did you get put onto this?
Yeah, so pretty much like people would just always come in asking if we like take cash, and we'd have to tell them no, like it's always cards. But like sometimes when the manager wasn't there, we would just like, fuck it, yeah, give me the cash, and then we just put in the code, open the gate for them, and they'd be on their way.
Damn, how often were you doing this?
Arby's new steak nuggets. Finally, you can enjoy that smoky, seared steak you'd normally grill at home without your father-in-law asking, "Sure it's done, buddy?" "Yes, Kevin. We're sure."
Arby's, we have the meats.
I'm Bryson DeChambeau, captain of Crushers GC. Technology is changing the way people play sport, and I'm always looking for a way to up my game. AI, data learning, machine learning have been incredibly instrumental in helping me understand all the positions of my golf swing, the metrics, the biomechanics that are working that allow me to make decisions on what I need to improve on. Once you know that, you can make an immediate change. It will also tell you what you need to do to make that change. Getting that feedback, it acts like a golf coach. That's better. Perfect. That will help the ball move a little bit further, a little bit straighter. Once it starts to understand how your body performs best, it'll say, oh, you're out of this boundary or this parameter. So we can start personalizing health. We can start personalizing your performance. I'm actually making interpretations and iterating on my golf swing with the data that's presented to me minutes before my tee time. So that's what I think AI can do a brilliant job of, is personalizing your health, your golf swing, your life.
I mean, it's not too often when someone comes around asking, like, to pay with cash, but, like, maybe, like, once every other day. And I was doing it, like, the whole time I worked there, pretty much, yeah.
And how much, like, you're just taking $20, or how much money you generally get?
It would be, like, because we have, like, the premium would be, like, I think it was, like, $23, and then, like, the basic is, like, $10. So people would either have, like, a 10 or a 20 that they want to give away, so... I would run a $20 deal.
And what, are you just taking the money to, like, go buy a bag of weed? Or, like, what are you doing with all this money? Did you stack it up?
Yeah, low-key, I just stacked it up for the longest. I had, like, a fat-ass stack, but I, like, bought tint for my car, which was, like, $300-400.
Nice.
I bought, like, some shoes. You know, just random shit.
I mean, I definitely understand stealing the money. Like, that's one thing. But then you talk about stealing all the free car wash vouchers. And that's more like, damn, you just hate them. Like, you just don't like your employer, huh?
Well, nah, but it's because they had, like, a big-ass box for us to give away at, like, in the Halloween event. But, like, nobody came, so we just had, like, a shit ton, like, a big-ass box.
Oh, so did they, like, were they kind of cool with it?
I mean, nobody really knew about it, but nobody noticed.
So, you don't work here anymore, though, correct?
Nah, I don't work there no more.
Do you steal from your new job?
Nah, I can't. I work at a warehouse now.
Oh, yeah, they probably got that shit on lock.
Yeah, facts.
Have you
But,
ever stolen
yeah,
from
that
any
one-
other jobs, or was this just, like, the one job where you just fucked around the whole time?
No, yeah, that was a job, my only job that I really fucked around at, because it was just too easy. Like, they made me the supervisor really quick, and then, like, our manager got fired, so they made me the AM, like, right after that.
Oh, shit. And AM's what? Assistant manager?
Yeah, assistant manager.
Damn, so you were captain of the ship, and you're pocketing $20 every other fucking day.
Yeah, and then, like, this other employee came in, and I put him on, too, and he actually got caught up for it, and he didn't say nothing about me, so, like,
What
I just let
happened
him
to him?
take the fall as, like, taking cash. He got fired.
They didn't, like, call the police on him or anything? They just fired him?
Nah, I think they didn't, like, realize how much he was doing it, too, but they just, like, told him to not do that, and then, like, eventually he just got fired.
Oh, no. Were there ever any employees who were, like, against it, or, like, you couldn't do it around, besides, obviously, like, higher-ups?
Yeah, just, I wouldn't do it around, like, any other employee except my friends that worked there that, like, already knew about it, too.
Oh, so you
So,
just
like,
had an
probably,
inner
like-
corruption ring running here.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes we would tell them to, like, because there was a loader and, like, a person on the stand, like, selling memberships and stuff. So we would tell them, give the cash to the loader, and then it would look like we're getting, like, a tip.
Oh, that's smart. So that, you covered your ass on the cameras, too.
Yep, because there's cameras everywhere.
Damn. Were they
Oh,
watching
yeah.
those cameras a lot, too? Like, you really had to be wary of that?
Nah, they said they did, but I did it in front of the cameras every time, so. Like, there was a camera directly, like, watching every single lane. So you could definitely see me taking the cash, but I don't know. They never said nothing.
Damn, well, you know, I'm glad that you at least now work a job where you're not robbing all, you know, your employers every other day. You know, I'm glad that you're just in a stable warehouse now. And I'm also, like, I'm kind of stunned that, like, only one person ever got caught for this, for how long it sounds like you were doing it. Like, how the fuck are they running this place?
I mean, the people before me did it too, and they never got caught. Like, I knew
This is a
few people that did it
generation.
before
This
me,
is a
but-
tradition passed
Like,
down through, like,
Yeah,
ancestors.
damn near. Damn near.
Was there ever, like, what's the most you got in a day? Was there ever, like, a really crazy day?
Not really. I mean, it'd probably be like, I think one day I got like 120. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah, we're up. What?
Yeah, that was a pretty good day.
That's a major day. Yup.
But yeah, and then also we would just hotbox the bathrooms a lot. Like, we'd close down the car wash a few times to hotbox the bathrooms.
Did you ever get caught doing that?
Technically, yes, but like it was a mechanic, like a maintenance worker, and he just like told us to not do that. And he didn't tell his manager or nothing.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, and I was like, yup, but we still did after that. We just like the next time we would just clean it. We would get Lysol on a rag and like wipe it on the bathroom walls and shit, and clean it before we leave.
I mean, was it like an employee-only bathroom and shit?
Yeah, employee only.
Oh, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, who cares, dude? Hotbox that shit every day.
I mean, people were still. No, one time we hotboxed it, and some old lady, like, we had to leave real quick to deal with customers, and some old lady came into the bathroom and opened it, and like, she didn't go in. She just like walked right back. So I'm assuming she got like a big ass whiff of fucking weed.
Well, you know what? I gotta say, I appreciate you calling in and saying this, because now I know that I probably shouldn't ever hire you if I open a business.
No, I'm a good worker, promise. I promise.
All right, well, I won't let you handle any cash, but thank you for calling in and sharing. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah, it's a pleasure talking to you, Goblin.
Hell yeah, you too. You have a good one.
Yes, sir, you too. Later.
Bye-bye. Oh my God, dude, this just a generational tradition. I feel like that's not even the first car wash story we've heard either, but like, dude, I guess this was a way more common thing than I ever realized. Like, I just always thought, like, dude, stealing from your employers, yeah, it's dumb. Like, you're gonna get caught. But like, bro, we probably get 150 calls every week, even when the topic's not stealing, from motherfuckers who were like, Goblin, I just pocketed $20 at Subway today. And like, you could swap out $20 for a different amount in Subway for a different restaurant or establishment and get the same result every week in my voicemails. You know, like, it's pretty fucking nuts how many people just steal from work, dude. I mean, more power to them, though. I have great news, though. The head bear stuffer at Build-A-Bear has just replied to my text. So we're going to go ahead and ring him up. The lead bear stuffer, dude.
Hello.
Yo, I heard you're the fucking lead bear stuffer at Build-A-Bear, yeah?
Yes, sir. This is true. Well, ex-lead bear stuffer.
Wow. Well, you're on the Gobcast. You mind being recorded?
Not at all.
I'm kind of intrigued by your voicemail, dude. I listened through it. First and foremost, I have a question about being a head bear stuffer at Build-A-Bear. Is that was that like a real promotion or just something they made you go do? Like, were you like getting more money for that?
No, yeah. So not even joking, when I first started there, I was, I don't even remember the term for it, but I was the dude who dressed up your bear. So someone else stuffed it, and then you came to me, and I would help you pick out the outfit, the shoes. I'm there to upsell you. Really get you to spend your mom's hard-earned Christmas money dressing the bear, and I got really good at that. And so they wanted me to start that upsell process at the bear stuffing, so you could do like the voice-recorded memos and shit. So it was a legit promotion, and it came with a nickel raise, 5 cents an hour.
10 out of 10 friends say you have to go to that wing place, and that pizza shop, and that noodle spot, which you have time for 0 out of 10 nights. Fortunately, DoorDash knows all your neighborhood hotspots, so you can always get the best of what's around. We wish you the best of luck with that. Shake up your dinner routine. Order with DoorDash.
No. Wait. The way you just described this has just blown my mind, though, because you sound like a fucking used car salesman talking about selling bears. What the fuck?
I think there's a direct pipeline from Build-A-Bear to like Honda or Ford, where they really teach you how to like find the little ways to get the bells and whistles and convince you that your mom might not love you enough if she doesn't spend that extra money on the Honda.
So wait, management is encouraging you to upsell at every stage of the process at Build-A-Bear?
You have quotas. This is back
There's
in
quotas at Build-A-Bear?
I had a quota for how
fuck
many
up.
shoes and items I sold.
There's no way, Build-A-Bear. Dude, that's actually unfucking believable. You're just a really aggressive, like, fucking pyramid scheme salesman, except, like, all the recipients of your pitch have their children hostage in this sales pitch. Like, that's actually very fucked up when you think about it.
Where it's like, the kid starts getting shoes, and they remind you to, like, hey, if you see a kid get shoes, remind them that, well, you really need socks. So that way they get the socks underneath the shoes. If the bear starts putting on pants, you can remind them that, like, you need the underwear to go underneath the pants. It was ridiculous.
Oh my god. Did you ever, like, really have to manipulate a kid's emotions to close that sale?
I would do a lot of just, like, telling them how sick their thing looked. Or, like, especially with boys. Boys were kind of like, you could tell them, like, their thing needed an accessory, right? Like a football or a glove. And if he's getting the glove, like, because he's a baseball kid, well, he's got to get the bat and the ball and the glove.
Of
my favorite
course.
people to actually manipulate were the high school kids who were coming in to, like, try to like impress their sweetheart, right?
Ooh.
So, like, oh, it's date night. You take her to the mall. You maybe saw a movie at the mall, and now you walk by Build-A-Bear. And I'm a high schooler at this point. I'm 18. I'm broke too. I make $100 a week. It's no living.
Mm-hmm.
But I would love to get the kid who came in and, like, would take out, like, the $12 teddy bear for his girl, and then try to, like, flirt with the girl and tell her how cool it would look if he spent all his extra money on, like, the accessories and dressing stuff.
Oh yeah, that was probably effective, huh?
Yeah, because I was kind of bitter that, like, it's Friday night, I'm at Build-A-Bear making no money, gotta stuff this bear, and you're in here with a fine honey dressing her up. I'm gonna make it cost some money.
Wow. I mean, it sounds like you should have just gone into sales, dude. How did you end up stealing fucking jewelry out of a safe at your next job? Like, what?
Well, that's what led me. I actually got recruited by the jewelry store.
Oh, they came and they saw you hustling at Build-A-Bear, and they're like, dude, we see your talent. Like, you got to come over to jewelry.
Yeah, they're like, do you like watches? Do you want to come sell some watches and chains? And, like, it was one of the, so you know, like, the rinky-dink old mall on the other side of town? And, like, in the middle of that mall near the food court, there's, like, a jewelry kiosk store?
Yes.
It just kind of has a couple, like, Indian dudes in it.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, I used to work in the mall ecosystem when I worked at Bath Planet selling bathtubs. I get it. 100%,
Yeah,
yes.
So I got recruited by those Indian dudes to come, like, sling stuff out of their store.
Interesting career shift from Build-A-Bear.
Oh, yeah. It was definitely a step up on the Ritz, you know? I felt like I had maybe started making my way to the high life. You know, I went from $12 bears to $150 Casio watches. It was levels to it, you know?
Were you making more money, too? Like, what was the pay structure on this job?
Yeah, so when I was at Build-A-Bear, I left Build-A-Bear. I want to say I was making $7.35 an hour.
Oh, that's fucked.
And I started at the jewelry store. My dude, they said, hey, come work for us. We'll give you a raise. $8.50 an hour. Suddenly, I could go out on the weekend. A little bit of fun money. It was fun money, if you know what I mean. I could smoke a little doobie on a Saturday. So I was there.
Wait, how long ago was this, though? Like, what was the buying power of that $8 an hour? Like...
So this was back in 2012.
Oh, yeah! So, we're outside!
We're outside!
America
I'm working a
still
Friday, and I'm buying a video.
Oh, yeah! Okay, fuck yeah. So,
it was cush. You could see why I jumped on it.
Yeah, $8.50 in 2012. Dude, you're hooping. You're hooping.
Let me just say, when the boys wanted to go out to Taco Bell, I bought.
That shit is on you, dude.
Did I start getting more friends that year?
So, the $8.50 evidently was not enough, though, because you stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry from the safe.
So that was the slippery slope. And what had happened was, initially, you know, I started making a little money. I started feeling a little good. And I'm like, you know, someone like me, a playboy, I need a little jewelry myself. But I'm still broke, right?
Okay.
And, like, we had this part in the safe. And, like, I had to go in and out of the safe all the time because that's where, when I finish a repair, you put it in there until the customer comes and picks it up, right?
Yep.
And then there's, like, a back part of the safe that is for, like, hey, this customer hasn't been here in, like, 6 months. Maybe they're on vacation. Maybe who knows what. And a couple of times I started realizing that, like, I had been there, like, 7 months. And, like, half that shit had never been touched. So I was like, okay, these people are, like, gone. Started going, digging through it one day and noticed that, like, some of this shit has been in here for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. This person doesn't know they have it. And, like,
I wasn't trying to steal it at first. I was just like, let me borrow this to wear it out on a Friday.
You would just slide it back in after going out?
I wanted to be like Big Ben.
So you didn't even start with malicious intent.
I took a chain and I took a bracelet. You know, I wore them. Everyone complimented me. I felt like I was finally made it. The money was finally mine. If I could just envision it, it was kind of like a fake it till you make it kind of idea.
Yeah.
But I kind of forgot to return it, and a couple weeks later, I really wanted to get high, and realized that I just had this extra gold jewelry with me, so I pawned it. And it was like, I don't know, $1,200, $1,500. It wasn't crazy because I didn't take anything big. You know, I took like a little tiny dainty change.
But that's a lot of money still. Like $1,200 to $1,500 is a lot of cash, especially if you're just trying to get high.
Back in 2012, it was a new pair of shoes. It was a new pair of tires on the car. You know what I mean? Like, I was good. But then that was just like way too easy, way too quick, and I realized that like no one had ever noticed it. So I kind of just, I picked my times. I went through the returns. I identified items that people had probably died. You know, there's a reason it's been here 4 years plus. And over the next like 6 months before I moved away, because it was like I was also in my small shitty town and I was about to move anyway. So like right before I left, I kind of just made sure I had plenty of pocket money because I noticed that no one noticed anything ever.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get $700 off Samsung Galaxy S25 with $300 off instantly. Immerse yourself in its realistic display and effortlessly elevate your portrait selfies with Galaxy AI. Don't wait. Order Samsung Galaxy S25 and save $700.
Oh, dude, I would have cleaned that safe out.
I just, you know, I don't want to say that I did, but I know that I took at least a couple of really nice items. For a while, I didn't work when I moved. I was just kind of a bum who smoked and sprayed.
What was the single largest amount you took at once out of the safe, like approximately, if you had to say?
It was a single item, and it was a like solid gold necklace, right? But it wasn't like a chain.
Okay.
It's really weird because instead of being like chain links, it was just like someone had hammered a gold bar into a wearable thing, and then down in the center of it, it just had one fat fucking diamond. And I did manage to sell that to another jewelry store down the road. I don't remember exactly, but I know it was over 12.
12,000?
Yeah.
What? Brother, how are you not in prison?
You know, I thank God every day for the mistakes I made as a young adult that I have not yet had to pay the consequences yet of. So,
I mean, dude, this happened in 2012. You're chilling. You're
I think there's like statutes of limitations. You know what I mean?
You're far beyond that. Yeah, the only time statute of limitations doesn't expire is like when you fucking kill somebody. Like stealing this neck. No, you're good, bro. You're home free. You were home free before COVID even hit. Like you're chilling, dude.
Blessings.
Wow. So you're stealing all this. At any point, were you thinking like I'm about to get caught, or like this one was too much, or like were you always just smooth sailing?
No, that's why I fucking stopped, because like it got to the point where like I'm sitting there fucking chewing my fingernails every day at work going, this is the day, this is the day. And like looking back at it, there was never, like they had zero fucking clue. Like it was like the owners didn't pay attention to shit there. I'm pretty sure it was a money laundering operation or some weird thing, right? Because like they didn't pay attention to half the shit going on anyways.
Yeah.
And they definitely never checked this like back return thing. But like I was panicking all the fucking time. I started like, you know, you start chain smoking cigarettes every 10 minutes, you know, every time you're allowed to go outside because you're like, maybe today, you know. Oh, we hear the boss is coming in later. Oh shit, oh, what's it gonna be about? Does he know? But yeah, nothing ever happened.
Wow, you fucking You hit the greatest heist, dude. I guess if I want to go steal some jewelry, I shouldn't rob the store. I should just go work for the mall stand.
Yeah, go work for the mall stand with the owner who lives overseas that's never there, and you want a manager who's 2 years older than you, also some slubby 20, 21-year-old who's just trying to fucking pay his bills.
Damn, you think he was ever doing that shit too?
You gotta imagine that I could not have been the only one. I think it might have been one of those things where, like, everyone had their own little thing going on there that as long as no one saw the other person, it was all good.
Yeah, everyone's just pillaging from that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, well, you know, I appreciate you calling in and sharing, and I'm really glad you got away with it successfully because, I mean, coming up on 12 grand in one piece is kind of disgusting when you really think about it. And
yeah, I gotta say, it's been a pleasure getting this off my chest. It's been weighing on me, not too heavily, but from time to time I do think about it. And it's one of those things I'm not too proud that I did.
Yep.
You know, so it feels good. It feels good to talk it out.
Did those guys ever, like, after you quit, did they ever contact you again? Have you ever had to speak to them about, or like, no?
I did get an email like 3 years later that was saying that they wanted to talk to me, and I just ignored the fuck out of it. So I didn't know if that was like, could have been related to that.
Oh God! No. What else could it have been? I mean,
I had moved. You know, I was in another state. You know, what are they gonna do?
Dude, what if they like? What if there's like a warrant in your home state?
Just never go back, man. That's always been the goal, right?
True. Fuck yeah. Well, you know what? I appreciate you calling in and sharing, and honestly, I also appreciate you shining a light on the Build-A-Bear racket, because that's something I've never heard about. I didn't realize it was a sales job like that.
You should start investigating how there's still so many Build-A-Bears and what kind of profit they're claiming to return year over year. And you should go to your local mall. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. There's no one there.
Do you think they're doing something dirty?
I think them, Bed Bath & Beyond, and Long John Silver's are all in on it together.
All right, I can agree with you on Build-A-Bear. Bed Bath & Beyond, I actually reject. My entire all my aunts go there a lot, dude. They spend a lot of money in there. They spend a lot of money in there, dude. It's an anti-store.
All right, we'll let it slide for now, but Mattress Firm needs to be investigated.
For sure. Long John Silver's is kind of good, too. Like, if you haven't tried it, honestly, I used to be a hater until I tried it, and I'm not a hater anymore.
Hey, I'll give it a second opinion. You've convinced me.
It's not bad, dude. I'm telling you, the Hush Puppies are decent. It's not bad. I've eaten worse, dude. I mean, honestly, I'd say, like, fucking Jack in the Box is worse.
Are you a tartar sauce enjoyer?
Yeah.
How do you feel about, like, mayo with no relish in it?
From your first note to your next big thing, your sound is our obsession. All the gear you need. Advice from people who get it. Sweetwater.
So it's just regular, plain old mayo.
I mean, that's cool, depending on the context. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Would you consider aioli a real sauce?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
probably. I'd say.
Okay. All right.
Why would you not? Is it not a real sauce?
No, you just tell a lot about a man based on if he considers mayo a real condiment or not. And it's wide variations, like tartar sauce and aioli.
Well, I mean, I think, mayo is a component of many things, and it can also stand on its own legs. So that's what's so special about it.
Yeah, it's very wise.
I appreciate that. Well, thanks for calling in, and hopefully your employer never watches today's episode. Or your past employer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
That guy needs to go work at a car dealership, dude. He is seasoned for it. And also, I love that guy was talking about how he got recruited at the Build-A-Bear workshop in the mall to go work at the stand. Because, dude, I'm telling y'all right now, working in a mall, the malls are their own ecosystems. They are their own bubbles. It is a cutthroat environment, and the businesses will scalp employees from each other at the mall. The amount of times that I got approached for different random sales jobs when I worked in a mall was unfucking believable. It was insane. They hustle in the mall. A lot of those jobs are commission, but I guess I just never thought about the economics of Build-A-Bear and it being a sales job, but that makes sense when he put it together. Trying to upsell on all the, accessories for the bear and trying to, for the boys, he would upsell the sports things like, oh, he needs a baseball bat, but wait, he needs a ball and a fucking glove too. Like, now he needs a baseball hat and a baseball jersey, that's 5 accessories. Like, what a hustle. Holy shit. That's just like the equivalent of like some guy probably sat down. He probably worked for 20 years at a car dealership. He sat down. He's like, how can I open a car dealership for children? And he sat and thought about it. He's like, I can't sell them cars they can't drive yet. Fucking teddy bears, and just ran it up. What a brilliant hustle that is, actually. Next voicemail we have, I wanted to play and listen to, honestly, not because we really want to call him back. I'm going to be honest. This one, I don't think we need to call him back because he gets his point across straight here in the voicemail. But I'm more so playing this because I want to speak on this topic because I think of this often myself.
What up, Gabi? The topic today is things you got away with. Back in 2017, me and my boys used to order cards online. First off, we paid in Bitcoin, so those are the most expensive cards known to man. Those would probably be like $10,000 cards nowadays, but we were just spending Bitcoin on cards, but we'd order it to my homie's neighbor's house. And then on the delivery day, we'd camp his mailbox and wait for the post office to show up. Well, the post office shows up, we go to get the package one day, and his neighbor comes out and starts yelling at us. So we sprint up the street, jump some fences. My homie ends up getting attacked by a dog. But that's just the start of the story. If you want to hear more, let me know. It was truly an eventful evening.
Listen, the main reason I listened to this is not because of his homie getting bitten by a dog or anything, but because he talks about buying shit on the deep web with Bitcoin in 2017. And I really also, the transcript cut off half of this voicemail. The last word in the preview I was able to read was camping the mailbox. So I didn't even realize there was more to that story. So maybe we will actually call in a minute. But when I look back at the amount of Bitcoin I used to load up and go spend on Alphabet or Hansa back in the day, buying the stupidest shit. Buying, like, dude, I'd get like a 1/4 ounce of weed shipped to me in the mail. Risking a fat felony for a quad, right? Or like, I remember I got like an 1/8 of Molly one time. That shit was lit. I got a sampler. I got 1 gram of Molly shipped to me and delivered to a P.O. box in the lobby of my local post office. Like, I was a dumbass, dude. But when I look back, when I was doing this, Bitcoin was like $2,000. And I vividly remember, it was like early 2017, before the first time it broke $10,000. That happened in late 2017, but like early to mid 2017, I was on probation ordering hella shit on the deep web. And when I look back at it, the amount of money that I spent, if we scaled it up to where Bitcoin's at today, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars in value now. That if I just bought that Bitcoin and sat on it, I would be, you motherfuckers wouldn't hear from me. Honestly, you should be grateful I didn't do that because this show wouldn't exist. I'd be on an island and I'd own it myself, dude. It would be absolutely sick. None of you guys would ever see me again. It would be beautiful, dude. I'd be out there drinking coconut water and, I don't know, having luau's and shit.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over. Or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
But that shit was never, it's the most painful thing in my life, the amount of money. I remember I ordered at one time like a pound of trim. I got an ounce of some Obama Kush that was supposedly really good. Back when Obama Kush was like super hype. It was like, yo, they named me after a president. And it was the most purple weed I'd ever seen. So it was like, holy fuck, perfect 2016, 2017 weed, you know? Fucking got an ounce of that, got a pound of trim. I ordered some Molly at the same time. All together, I remember that being around like 0.3 Bitcoin. Oh, it was like 0.3 or 0.4 or something like that. In today's money, that's almost $50,000. So that's the most expensive re-up I ever did if we're looking at today's current value. This guy talks about the most expensive cards known to man. I feel your pain, brother. I feel and all those markets got shut down, and thankfully I was just some dumb kid ordering weed and small amounts of Molly and other, you know, acid I got blow a couple times off the deep web, but it was all such small amounts that, like, yeah, 100% the feds got me on a list, dude. I know when I had Tom Simon on the show, I know damn well he had a notepad and a wire under that suit, but, like, whatever, you know, I'm good nowadays. I'm very lucky. There was a kid that I knew back in the day who he allegedly, the rumor, this is probably exaggerated, but there is some truth to it. There was a kid I knew back in the day who was like a mutual friend of a friend kind of thing. He went to a school in our district, and he was like the acid plug. Like, he was the man, more so than any of my friends, anyone I knew directly. This guy was apparently getting like 5 to 10 sheets like every other week, you know, which was a ton of motion for us. Like, this guy's getting rid of 500 to 1,000 tabs, like, he's making a ton of money. And apparently he had a bunch of Bitcoin. And one day they did a controlled delivery on this guy, raided his house. I'm pretty sure that guy's still in prison. He had like just turned 18 when they completely fucked him in the ass. And as far as I'm aware, I mean, I guess I haven't kept up with him too much. He might be out by now, but as far as I'm aware, I think he's still locked up. What a crazy time. Are there even... Someone let me know in the comments, actually, because I'm genuinely curious. I've been tapped out of this game for so long. Are there even like actual secure darknet markets anymore, or has that entire thing been busted? Because I would imagine like the only markets left got to be ran by the federal government, dude. That's a honeypot, and they're about to come molest you and all your homies in your living room. You know, that's what I imagine. But let's take a break real quick, actually, because I want to take a shot. So I'll be right back. All right, I just took a little shot, you know. For those of you guys who aren't aware, I usually like to loosen up for these episodes. I don't get drunk necessarily like I do on Crackheads, but I would take a shot or two, you know. I think it's better for filming. I pretty much, I mean, hey, Brandon Novak, I think I even took a shot before that guy got here, and that guy probably would have tomahawked his fucking novel at me if he found out I did that. But either way, the next caller we have is someone who, I don't know if they understood the topic today because it's things you got away with, but he talks about being detained by the police department and spitting on cops, which doesn't mean you got away with it because you got arrested. So I am more intrigued at why you spit on the, you know, that doesn't, when you're already in custody, like, that's not going to do it. It's not like, oh, he spit on me, dude, let's let him go.
Hey, Gabi. So I got a story about when I was illegally detained by the PD, and they, so I'm fucking high as shit right now. They did a bunch of shit that was violating my rights and shit, didn't read me my Miranda, and so when they put me in the back of the cop car, I did a bunch of shit and allegedly spit on the 2 officers at the time. So if you want the full story, give me a call back. I'm
really intrigued at why he spat at them, because I've seen Listen, I've watched a lot of those body cam clips on YouTube. I'm sure a lot of you guys have as well. And, like, dude, hella people spit on the cops, and they just put you in that silly little spit hood. Like, then you just end up looking like a silly guy. I don't know. Either way, let's call him up. I heard you're a spitter, not a quitter. Or you're a spitter and... No, you are a quitter, yeah. Wait, being a spitter is quitting, yeah. I fucked it up. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Yo, I heard you be spitting on people. You mind being recorded?
Oh my god, yeah, no problem, man.
So why are you spitting on the cops? What happened? Fill me in on this. Because I actually, before I even hear about this, I gotta say, you technically didn't get away with this because you got arrested, correct?
No, actually, they took me and they put me on a 5150, and I got away with all the charges.
Okay, I don't know if getting 5150'd is getting away with it, but that's all right. You know, that's, I guess we'll take it. So fill me in. What happened?
So basically, me and my dad used to fight a lot, like when it comes to arguments and shit.
10 out of 10 friends say you have to go to that wing place, and that pizza shop, and that noodle spot, which you have time for 0 out of 10 nights. Fortunately, DoorDash knows all your neighborhood hotspots, so you can always get the best of what's around. We wish you the best of luck with that. Shake up your dinner routine. Order with DoorDash.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essential. Imagine a little voice on your shoulder, whispering clarity, credibility, and citations. Expert Review gives you that voice of reason, a seasoned expert in your field by offering feedback only someone in the know could give. Whether it's business, science, or something niche, Expert Review is inspired by top-tier authors, peer-reviewed sources, and seasoned pros in that field. It can help you strengthen your arguments, draw direct quotes, frame your thoughts, and give your paper that experts touch to make it truly shine. You can even select from experts based on a series of categories. With Grammarly's Expert Review, you're not just writing with confidence, you're writing with world-class expertise right by your side.
And one morning, he woke up, kind of hungover. I don't blame him. I've been there. He woke up being a dick. We were arguing over some stupid shit, and got to the point where he tackled me to the floor, and so I went in my mom's bedroom and I grabbed her little handheld taser. And so I was like zapping it at him, not like actually getting him with it, but just zapping it at him to get him out of the house so I could call the cops.
Yep.
And I called the cops, and when the cops got there, I don't know why the fuck he said this. He told the cops that I tried to stab him with a knife.
Oh.
Now, I understand why he may have said that, because while he was charging at me, trying to tackle me to the floor, I may or may not have grabbed like a butter knife out of the silverware drawer just out of fear.
Okay. So you did have a knife, but it was a butter knife.
I dropped it immediately because he tackled me.
Wait,
and
so
he was like charging at me.
So you had the butter knife initially, he tackled you, and then you deployed the tactical taser?
No. So he was like charging at me basically. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed the butter knife out of fear. Oh shit, my phone's about to die too. Oh fuck.
Uh-oh. Do you have a charger?
Yup.
Oh yeah, plug that up. Plug that up.
Alright, it's plugged in. So yeah, he was charging at me. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed the butter knife out of fear. He tackled me to the floor. I dropped it immediately, basically, because he fucking tackled me. I got out of his like headlock or whatever, ran to my mom's bedroom, grabbed the taser, and was like, "Get out!" Basically, like, get the fuck out of the house. I called the cops. I told them basically exactly what happened. I even told them about the butter knife. They get there. They're talking to me. They're talking to my dad. Probably like 30 minutes. they all come up to me and they're just like, hey, can you stand up real quick? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Slap cuffs on me.
Oh.
And I'm just like, what the fuck? And then at that point, they get me into the back of the cop car, and this is what pissed me off, and low-key, I had fucking terrible temper growing up.
Mm-hmm.
They kept making fun of my Tourette's and shit.
Oh, shit.
Making fun of the fact that I was special needs.
Oh.
And so, you've been in the back of a cop car, correct?
Yeah.
So you know, like, the metal cage that's in the back?
Wait, are you the same guy who called in 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Oh my god. All right. Well, okay. Keep it pushing. All right. I had to get some clarity on that. Keep it going.
Yeah, no, that was me. So I used to be like a 190-pound like fat kid when I was like fucking 12 years old up until I.
Wait, you're the guy who threw the fucking chair.
17. Yeah.
Oh my god. All right. Oh, so you be crashing out. All right. Welcome back. All right. So continue.
Oh, yeah, no. I was a professional crash out growing up, so got them stories on lock. So yeah, I used to be fucking fat as shit and weigh a lot, so I basically scooted myself down all the way in the seat till like my back was like basically sitting where my butt was, and I just started fucking pounding on the back of the cage with my feet, just both fucking feet, full force, full weight into it. And I eventually fucking bashed the cage like off the hinges in the cop car, just open enough where I could spit like right in the cop's face that was driving. And I fucking, I think I spit on him probably 3 or 4 times before he pulled over. And then the second he turned around to look at me and tell me to stop, I spit in his face, like directly.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and low-key, what I was thinking at that moment was, number one, they already violated my rights because they didn't read me my Miranda. So, kind of at that point, it was a weird legal stance where whatever I do, it's going to be a weird way of turning in court.
You know what I learned recently, actually?
What's that?
They only have to read that to you if they're asking you questions. I learned about that recently because I had the same thing happen to me, and I remember thinking like, yo, like, what the hell? They totally violated me, but they didn't ask me anything, and like nothing they asked me could have been used anyways. But when they arrest you, yeah, they can just take your ass. Like they don't have to read you your rights.
That's fucked.
It is fucked up.
Fucked.
Yeah.
But I was also thinking at the moment too, I was like, low key, they're probably gonna take me to jail. So I was like, might as well make myself look as crazy as possible because I have an easier time getting out of a 5150 than I do getting out of jail.
So you just decided to completely snap.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. That's actually an elaboration on point 2, but it counts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. 6, you can bring your own phone if you want. 7, also your number. Bring that too. 8, are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, is this my commercial?
From your first note to your next big thing, your sound is our obsession. All the gear you need. Advice from people who get it. Sweetwater.
Yeah, I was just like, you know what? Fuck it.
Did you get the spit hood?
Huh?
Did they put you in the spit hood?
No.
Oh.
I sat on them fuckers the whole way to the ER.
And they just fucking took it?
Yeah, basically. Because it was the Sacramento fucking Sheriff's Department. They don't really do shit.
I mean,
and
like,
the craziest part about it is when I got out of the 5150 like a couple weeks later, because they discharged me after like 2 days. They were like, yeah, no, honestly, like, they should have taken your dad to jail. It was their fault. Because my dad was, like, actually the aggressor in the whole situation, apparently. And a couple weeks later, I got handwritten letters from both the officers saying, like, we're so sorry. We didn't mean to like be offensive or discriminate towards your special needs, even though they're like in their squad car calling me a fucking retard and have Tourette's.
They wrote you letters after you spat on them?
Yeah. Yes.
What?
Yes, swear to God.
Oh.
It was fucking crazy.
Damn, well, I mean, it sounds like you're pretty good at crashing out, dude. You throw chairs at teachers, you be spitting on cops and shit. You about to tase your dad? Like, damn, dude, this is just a lifestyle.
Yup. I got other stories, too, of, other fucking crazy shit I've gotten away with when it comes to cops. Like, I got away with armed robbery charges just about a year ago.
What, did you just spit on him a bunch of times, too?
No, low-key, that one was crazy. Me and two of my other friends just walked to Winco, which was like our local grocery store, to grab like a bottle of Tiki Punch. Because we were trying to go home and mix up drinks. But we needed soda. So we just walked to the store, and we were all wearing ski masks. Don't get me wrong. I live in Nevada. Nevada doesn't outlaw those. They have no law against them, and it was 30 degrees out in the winter. And so we walked in. I walk in wearing the ski mask. I'm on a first-name basis with the store manager. He knows it's me. He's like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "What's up, dude?" We go buy the soda. I come out. I see Sparks PD parked on one of the sides, and I like literally just wave at him, and I throw up like a heart sign. And he drives all the way around the fucking parking lot and comes into like the kinder care that's right next to the store parking lot. And then he like blocks us in, and he gets out, and the first thing he says is he draws his gun, and he's like, "If any of you try to fucking run, I'm gonna shoot you in the back of the head." Which Sparks PD has a terrible tendency for doing shit like that. And then a second car came in, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and then a sixth with a canine unit. And they basically sat us all down and were talking to us and shit like that, and blah, 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 blah. And I eventually asked them, I was like, "Why'd you stop us?" And they're like, "We got a call for armed robbery." I'm like, "No, you didn't." And they were trying to say my one friend that his name was Hosea, and he was an illegal immigrant because he had a Mexican name, which was crazy work. My other friend, he's terrified because he's on probation. I eventually talked to them, and they let us go, but it was fucked because they were all trying to search us and shit. And I wasn't there to rob the store. I went there to buy soda, but allegedly I totally did possibly have a gun and brass knuckles in my pocket. So I was not trying to get searched.
Yeah, you can't allow that to happen. Damn, well...
But Nevada's an open carry state, and they allow you to have that, so...
Well, yeah, but I mean, was the gun yours?
No.
No, well, yeah, there you
Allegedly,
go.
no.
You can't open carry that. Yeah, well, you know, I hope maybe in the future you just crash out a little less.
Yeah, no, I've been better at it lately. I haven't had that many crash outs. It's been a good while, so I've definitely grown up.
You ever try Xanax?
A lot of these stories were from like when I was hella young.
You ever try taking a Xan?
You know what's funny? I've actually had a Xanax prescription since I was 10 years old. They used to give me 60 of them a month of the 2 milligram bars.
Ooh.
I still get them actually every month. I only get 30 of them now. But I low-key don't take them. Like they don't work with me the way they used to, number one. And then number two, like, I feel like I'm kind of an asshole when I'm on those. I know I'm an asshole.
Yeah, that
when
does
I'm on
happen. That does happen.
Yeah.
Makes you kind of not care about anything. Damn, well...
Yup.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get $900 off Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with $300 off instantly. Get more done with one simple ask with help from your own virtual assistant. Plus, stay ahead with insightful tips throughout your day. Order Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra and save $900.
You know, I gotta say, I appreciate you calling in 2 weeks in a row. Maybe,
no
you know,
problem, man.
if you got something to speak on for the next prompt, whatever it ends up being when I post it, I'll talk to you again soon, yeah?
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. I'm totally down.
Hell
Good
yeah.
talking to you, man.
Yeah, good talking to you too. You have a good rest of your day.
You too, Gabi. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Dude, I knew his voice sounded familiar, but it's really impossible to tell because there's just so much voice compression when you talk to someone on a normal phone call. Like, everyone sounds like shit, so it is kind of hard to tell. But once he mentioned the Tourette's, I perked up a little bit, and then he was like, and I'm special needs, and I immediately knew. I was like, okay, you're the guy who tomahawked a chair at a teacher. Like, I remember you, dude. How can I possibly forget? The next voicemail is something that actually also happened to me, so I want to play this one because I can relate to this voicemail and speak on it. Let's listen in.
Hey, Gabi, just wanted to call in and tell you about the time that I got a call from a postal inspector letting me know that my box had been seized. Got away with it. Still think about it a lot. Could have gotten in some trouble, but just glad nothing happened. Hope to hear from you. Appreciate it.
So, the reason I played this one is because this is the exact reason I don't have a P.O. box. It's not just a precautionary thing of like, oh, I think that could happen to me. Back in 2017, while I was on probation, during the era I was talking about earlier, where I did get a couple things shipped to this P.O. box that I probably shouldn't have, but I also was using it as just a public address as a P.O. box. And in my brain, I thought I was being brilliant. So I was like, dude, I can get fan mail here and like, they'll fucking, you know, it's all good. Like, I can get fan mail here, and if anything gets shipped to me and I get in trouble, I could just be like, dude, a fan sent it, you know, and fuck it, you know, who cares? I don't know who sent that. This is my public P.O. box. I thought I was being smart. In reality, I was being really stupid. But essentially, I published my P.O. box number, started getting some mail, ended up getting a bunch of really weird shit. There was one guy who sent me a plastic bag full of thermite with a fuse and instructions on how to detonate it, which I did in my mom's garage, and I learned really quickly that you shouldn't light thermite indoors. Luckily, I only did a very small amount, otherwise I legitimately would have burnt my whole house down. Some guy started sending me parts to build a bicycle. Like, it was like he disassembled a bike and just started sending me parts. But eventually, one day, I had gotten a call from the post office, and it was really unusual because the post office doesn't call you for anything unless you're about to go to prison. Like, they don't give a fuck about you. They'll never call you. There's no customer service at the post office. Like, if they lose your package, they don't call you. It's just like, hey, check your tracking or get fucked. So if they call you, it's like, oh god, I'm going to prison, right? I get a voicemail. I didn't answer the call, luckily, and it said something along the lines of like, hey, we need you to come in and sign for this package. They didn't say anything about a package getting seized, but they just asked me to come in and sign for this package at the front desk. They said, we need a signature for this package, and I wasn't waiting on anything. So I believe this is something that a viewer sent to me. Actually, no, I was waiting on a couple things, but I don't, like, they weren't supposed to come yet, right? So I believe this is something a viewer had sent me, right? I'll never know because I never went to get the box. But I got that voicemail and immediately just never showed up to my P.O. box again. I never went in to collect a single piece of mail. There was probably more shit that was sent to me by you guys back in 2017 that never saw the light of day because I could not go back to the P.O. box was burned. Listen, the post office doesn't call you to come in and sign for something at the front desk. Like, they're not going to call you and tell you to do that. It'll just show up on your tracking. Like, oh, you need to go sign for it. Oh, you need to pick it up. Ready for pickup. Like, they don't... There's no... Bro, they have 3 fucking employees in the whole box, in the whole post office, and one of them has to sort all the boxes. And the other one doesn't want to be there, okay? And the third one's wife probably just left him, right? Like, they don't give a fuck about you. They're not calling you. So I knew immediately shit was sketchy. And I had talked to a couple friends who had stuff seized, and they were like, yeah, you should not go and sign for that. So I never fucking did. And I never again opened a P.O. box because looking back at it, those are the only 2 things that ever came out of it. A bunch of, thermite that almost burnt my mother's house down, and then a package that was so suspicious that the postal inspector tried to set me up. That's also how they do controlled deliveries, which is how they bust people ordering from the deep web. What they do is they make you sign for the package, because if they just deliver a box, you still have plausible deniability. A box just landing on your porch with your name on it is not enough to send you to prison, even if it has a pound of fucking crack in it. Right? You have to acknowledge that you wanted this box, because anyone can just ship a box with anyone's name on it to any address. That's how the mail system works. With a fake return address too, that's how it works. So, you know, when you sign for a package, your plausible deniability is gone. There's no more like, oh, I didn't know. You put your name down saying, hey, I'm waiting for this box. This is my box. I'm taking this home. And that was something I luckily never went in and did, because if I did, ladies and gents, I probably would have gotten fucked and gone to prison. You know, maybe would have gotten some extra mugshot merch. Probably wouldn't have been half bad at the end of the day, but either way, I had to do what I had to do. You know, I had to avoid going in there. Ladies and gents, I think it's time for us to read some comments. You know, I think it's time for us to check out our beautiful, beautiful comments today. And I have pulled some of my favorite comments I think we've ever read on the show this week. In particular, we're going to start off with a comment from Michael1113, who did something that I encourage you all to follow up and also do. Michael didn't want to call into the show, but he was unable, so he figured he'd tell his story in the comments instead, which is something I would love to see you guys do. If you have something to speak on with this topic this week, something you got away with, let me know in the comment section below, and maybe I'll read it in the next caller episode. Tell me some stories. But Michael here says, perfect timing. And he commented this on our most recent caller episode before this one. Wish I could call about how my girl completely trashed my apartment today while I was at work, because she's crashing out over not being on FaceTime with me all work day, which is ridiculous. We FaceTime almost every day, and all she does is argue and complain about what I'm doing at work, and this and that when she's jobless living off me. Have you guys ever had a homie who's in one of these relationships? Because I 100% have. I've been at multiple smoke sessions where, like, you got that one guy in on the roto who's just on the phone with his girl the entire time talking. They're, like, barely saying anything. Like, he's just on the phone with his girl. And you're all sitting there looking over, like, why? Like, no one's going to say, like, why are you on FaceTime? But everyone's just kind of like, you know, why are you on FaceTime the entire time we're talking? Like, I can't even say anything real in this scenario. Like, if I see a beautiful woman, you know, walk past and I say, oh, she's hot, your girlfriend is probably going to hang up the call, get in her mom's car, and pull up and shoot us with her mom's gun, and I'm just not going to do that. But either way, Michael says, I'm going to just leave and get the apartment evicted so she can become homeless, since the reason we live together is her mom kicked her out and I took her into my parents' house for a month before we got our spot. Michael, you can do better, dude. His profile picture is actually him doing a money spread, if you look closely there. So, dude, you don't need her, Michael. You can do better. I know a lot of women here in Los Angeles that will fuck you for that much money in that picture, you know? I encourage you to make your girl homeless. But he says, mind you, she hasn't had a job for the past 6 months we've been living there, and she's also 25 with no license and no way to get a job unless I take her. So yeah, pretty fucked. Love you, Goblin. More like Godlin, because you saved my day at work with what my girl just did to all my belongings. That's just got to be fire for you to put up with it, dude. I'm not going to lie. I mean, she's got to be doing tricks on it every fucking day. That's the only reason I can imagine you putting up with this, because you're sitting here and you're like, dude, this bum-ass bitch, she can't even get a job, this fucking hoe. She has no license, dude. You're just flaming her up. But yet, I guarantee he's probably still with her. They made up for sure, dude. He went home. They made up, dude. He might have even deleted this comment by now. Next up, from Don't Matter 8,444. He says, genuinely thank you for educating people on the fact that it's not only THC percentage that matters. I've been saying this for years, and half the time I say it, I get called an idiot. I mean, listen, man. I think people who go to the dispensary and they buy weed based on THC percentage, obviously they're only after one thing, which is potency. But if you're really only after potency, then THC percentage is far from what you should be focusing on. I would argue that the overall terpene percentage is much more important. I've smoked a lot of weed in my life, as you guys have probably seen, and from what my research has concluded, I typically am going to get higher off something that's testing 18 to 20%, but also, a flower, for example, is testing 18 to 20%, but putting out 2 to 3% terps, versus smoking some industrial-ass 30-35% THC flower that's putting out 1% terps, if even, I'm going to get way higher on that lower THC, higher terp, because it's the full spectrum is what gets you stoned, and the spectrum of cannabinoids is what determines your type of high. Sativa and indica, what do you think makes the difference between a strain? What do you think the difference between sativa and indica is? It's not percentage of THC, it's the terp profile. That's really what you got to look for if you're trying to get high. When I was younger, I did the same thing. I totally get it. I didn't even know what a terp was, bro. I barely knew what indica and sativa were when I was younger. Like, hash, I don't know what that is. Resin, I thought it was I thought they were the same thing. Like, I thought it was like tomato, same goddamn thing. It took me years to figure out that's not true.
10 out of 10 friends say you have to go to that wing place, and that pizza shop, and that noodle spot, which you have time for 0 out of 10 nights. Fortunately, DoorDash knows all your neighborhood hotspots, so you can always get the best of what's around. We wish you the best of luck with that. Shake up your dinner routine. Order with DoorDash.
But, same thing when I was younger. I used to try to buy off THC percentage, and it wasn't until I really learned, what to look for in flower that I started truly getting blasted. People always talk about, oh, my tolerance is so high, I can't, I don't even smoke weed anymore. And I think a lot of the time it's not even your tolerance doing that so much as it is you're just not smoking the right stuff for you. Everyone's body reacts differently to different terps and different strains and all that kind of shit, and fuck THC percentage. Just do a little more research. Next up, we have Thumbster816, and he says, I just crashed out on a debt collector for interrupting me watching this shit. Thumbster, yo, I'm gonna put you on right now with my absolute very, very favorite anti-debt collector strategy, okay? My favorite anti-debt collector strategy. Listen, I have time to waste a debt collector's time, and I will do it aggressively. I'll answer the phone, and I'll act like there's some sort of lag or like I can't hear them. I'll just be like, hello? Hello? And they'll stay on for a shocking amount of time. Most of them are not impatient. Like, they'll sit there and do the dance with you. If you just say hello over and over, they're going to hang up pretty quick. But, where's my phone? I get so many debt collector calls, I might get one while we're filming. Let me make sure my ringer's on just in case we do, because I'll show you a live example. But when, debt collectors call me, I'll typically just be like, hello, do you hear me? And then I'll maybe progress a little bit. I'll be like, what's going on? Make sure you never identify yourself. Don't say yes or no to your identity, because you want them to keep calling so you can waste all their employees' time. If you say no, you're not that person, they might stop calling you. You don't want to risk that. Don't confirm or deny an identity. Just, hello? Are you there? You hear me? Yeah, hello. Yeah, what's going on? Hello? Just do that dance. One time, I got someone to stay on for close to 5 minutes just doing that dance with me, and they crashed the fuck out. I heard a sigh, and they just hung up, and it's so satisfying. But that's not the only thing to do. If you want the calls to stop for the rest of the day, and potentially even a few days, you have to start bombarding them back because they want you to call them back. So start spam calling them and then just do it to all the agents. I have literally sat at my desk for an hour just calling my debt collector back over and over, getting different agents, sometimes the same one, you know, it's spread out until eventually they block my phone number. You can also just call, and as soon as they answer, just hang it up and just blow their system up, and they'll block you pretty quick. I am an expert debt collector avoider, okay? I will never pay my debt. Listen, I'm an honorary guy when it comes to paying people that I owe money to. But when it comes to business entities I owe money to, you can't lend me a fucking penny. You'll never see it again. In fact, I just today paid my traffic tickets, and the only reason I had to do it is because I need to go renew my registration. So checkmate. This is the first time I've had a car long enough for the registration to expire, because normally I crash them into something. But pro tip right there, if a debt collector calls you while you're watching the Gobcast, just pause the show and go waste their time. Go ahead and do it. They're a debt collector. They are not a human, okay? They don't have rights. Go blow their day, you know? Next up on D's-Cum, or it says D's-Cum here. He says, Gabi should low-key go on financial audit. You know, I've seen this comment numerous times. I think Caleb Hammer would probably flame me pretty hard. You know, if you've been watching my Clips channel or my Twitch streams, specifically my GameStop Power Pack openings, you would know that I probably deserve some of that flame. But also, I vividly remember this happening to me before, but I am like kind of old school in the sense of like I don't like talking about how much money I make. It's one of those things like I don't bring it up. I don't talk about it. I mean, dude, I'm wearing a fucking Gap hoodie right now. I drive a Toyota Corolla. I don't really like talking about how much money I make. I don't really flaunt money or anything like that. I'm old school, and I remember when I was younger, when I first started getting bigger on YouTube, I think people are naturally curious about the money that this kind of job brings. So it's a question that I've gotten a million times in my life, but it always irks me when people ask me in person. I've been on dates with girls before where literally like I'll tell them what I do and they're like, how much money do you make? Like immediately off rip. And it's like, okay, if I told you I was a fucking corporate accountant, you would have just asked me that, you know? It's only because I make a YouTube video. And if I go on one of those shows, then I have to kind of publicly out that stuff, which I don't want to do. I'm not trying to say I'm rich. I'm also not broke. I do well for myself thanks to you guys. But Caleb Hammer would flame me up is my response to the financial audit suggestion. He would cook me, dude. Especially, if he saw the company finances here, oh, we're fucked, dude. Holy shit, he would love it. I paid Kyle in Counter-Strike skins last month. He would love to see our books. Next up, Senpai Skate. He says, are there any plans for episode 100? I know it's a bit away, but I think if you and Kyle smoke crack again live on the pod and take calls, it would be a fun episode. Yeah, hey, easier said than done, Senpai Skate. I'm not entirely honest. I'm going to be completely real. If YouTube allowed it, I would genuinely probably do that. Like, just being completely straight up. Fuck it, dude. I would do it like one little hit. Like, fuck it. I already did it once. Second time is the charm in the drug world, though. That's what I say, at least. I was about to say that's what they say, but no, that's what I say. But when I think about episode 100, there's a couple tricks I have up my sleeve. I mean, I'm still pondering on it because we are 16 episodes away, which is about 4 months, give or take. So I'm definitely still pondering on it. I think I would like to do something with, someone more personal to me. Maybe have a guest on who I haven't had before, who is someone who's heard about my stories a lot, or do something that otherwise connects to my older content, and kind of what brought me here. I don't think I'm going to do something where I just get some really famous guest on, although you never know. Maybe in the next 4 months, something really crazy lands in my lap. Like if I got the crack smoker himself, Hunter Biden, I'd absolutely make that an episode 100 special. You never know. In general, I'm going to try my best to make it special. That's what I will say. And also, even if I had something planned right now, I don't think I'd spoil it this far in advance. So just buckle up. We're rapidly approaching episode 100. Thanks for getting us here. Thanks for tuning in. Next up, we have Man Hathaway. He says, I had to take a second to read that name. He says, I was really hoping you would say you're going to post on YouTube through the community post. I deleted all my socials years ago, and I'm hesitant to remake them after all my accounts were deleted. I've wanted to call in for so many prompts, but I always miss them. Listen, I'm going to say right now, you got to want it out here, okay? You got to feed. You have to have that drive, have that desire to call into the show. We only posted on Instagram and Twitter. Those are the only two platforms I ever posted on taking calls. I get comments all the time from people that are like, I don't have Instagram. I don't have Twitter. What should I do, Goblin? You should fuck yourself. You know, I'm going to be honest. You should completely fuck yourself because that's just, you're shit out of luck, man. I'm going to be honest. Instagram and Twitter, that's how the world turns. You know, I appreciate you tuning in, though. But yeah, if you want to call in, I mean, dude, that's the only way to do it. And also, YouTube community posts, issue is they don't really get to anybody. Like, you have to kind of seek them out. You don't go on your homepage and just see everyone's community posts. You might see one pop up from a creator you might follow every now and then, but they just don't get the reach that, like, when I post on Instagram, we get 1,000+ calls every day I post it just from Instagram alone. You know, I mean, today we got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of calls just from my main Instagram account, you know? So I don't think we need more calls necessarily. Like right now, honestly, we get more than I can even go through. Like I can't physically listen to as many calls as we get on these days, which is awesome. I appreciate that, but like we don't, more platforms brings more calls that I can't listen to. So next up, guestroomname.exe94. He says, I really want a remastered version of the Goblin mugshot hoodie, but with better fabric. I have a pink one and it goes hard, but it's getting a little ratty now. First and foremost, thanks for copping the merch. I appreciate that a lot. But also, I haven't dropped any new piece of merch in probably 2 to 3 years now. It's been a very, very long time since I've dropped any new merch. And I'd like to kind of announce here that that's going to be changing. I've been working on some merch, you know, trying to kind of get back into it. We're going to have some all new stuff coming soon. Some beautiful stuff, higher quality stuff. For a while, it was kind of tough because COVID really fucked up the prices of clothing manufacturing. The cost of a blank t-shirt went from like $6 or $7 to like $12 to $13. And, oh, okay. The only thing that's going off is my ring camera. Deck collectors don't want me today. But, you know, that makes it hard to sell shirts for a reasonable price. And it kind of was demotivating to me because then I raised my prices and then I got complaints about doing that. So I was like, fuck it, dude. Let's just make only gas and sell weed instead, you know? And now I'm like, okay, maybe we should start selling a little bit of merch. I get a lot of, me personally, like, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I'd buy YouTuber merch, but, like, I get a lot of comments from people that are like, dude, like, when are you dropping new merch? Like, I bought this merch, I love it. So people really like it. And, I mean, if people like something I do, I'm going to do it. So buckle up for a merch drop pretty soon here. You know, it's coming. 2026, I'd say. Not before the end of the year, but 2026. Next up in the comment section here, we have Counterculture Media. And Counterculture Media has a problem with the psych ward story that we got in our last caller episode, where that dude suddenly just brought up someone getting decapitated. He says, I call BS on that psych ward story. They would have had that on the news. I can't find anything about news on psychiatric wards that had beheadings or decapitations as he described, and it wasn't coming up. Listen, before I even finish the rest of this comment, I'm just going to say something. I personally don't like the first part of his call is mainly what I wanted to focus on, and I think if you watch and you listen to how I reacted to that comment, you kind of can gather that pretty easily. But also, I don't think it's really my duty on the show to deem someone a liar or not. You know, that's for you guys to decide. And I don't, the only time I've ever done that is that guy we got a couple weeks ago who hung up mid phone call when he was talking about like getting busted by undercover cops while taking a piss. You know, that was the dumbest phone call we've probably ever gotten on the show. But stuff like that, it's like, yeah, I agree with you, bro. That doesn't sound very realistic to me at all either. But like, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to say whether someone's a good or bad person. I'm not here to say whether someone's telling the truth or not telling the truth. I really just do this to listen. You know, I make these caller episodes and I take these phone calls to give you guys a platform to share your story. You know, you guys have sat here and you've listened to a million of my stories over the years. So you know, this is kind of my way of being like, hey, it's your turn, bro. Like, come tell everyone else a story. You know, it's like we're all sitting around the campfire together. And sometimes I think people might get a little excited when, you know, they get the chance to come talk on the show, and maybe they might embellish things or they might exaggerate, thinking that it makes the call better and it makes them more likely to end up on the show. What I will say is, if I do call you back, we pretty much don't cut any of these calls unless someone's blatantly bullshitting or like their audio quality's horrible or they hang up mid-call. Then we cut it. But most of the time, like, I don't cut calls and, you know, discriminate like that. Like, oh, it sounded like that guy was lying. Let's cut that. We don't do that very often here. I just leave it out there. So don't feel like you have to exaggerate your story to get a call. Just tell it naturally. Some of my favorite phone calls on this show are the ones that aren't super crazy but are just natural. Like, for example, today, one of my favorite conversations I've had in a while was the Build-A-Bear guy. Talking about how the racket, the quota he has to meet selling Build-A-Bear accessories. Like, that's amazing. I love hearing about little mundane shit like that. You don't always have to be like, yo, like, someone got decapitated in my psych ward. Like, I don't, you know. Either way, it's not my place to say whether that guy was lying, but I saw a lot of comments on last week's episode saying that. And in general, we get a lot of comments from people saying, oh, I think this person was lying. And hey, that's the way it goes. Maybe they were. I don't fucking know, dude. I wasn't there. But he continues this comment. He says, maybe he's right and the news never saw it as they covered it up or something, but as far as I know, there's no records backing up his story. Considering a homicide in the psych ward is not commonplace, it would have easily made the news somewhere to be on the internet. Playing devil's advocate, HIPAA laws maybe. I don't know. HIPAA laws. But either way, if anyone finds an article proving me wrong, I'd love to read it. Yeah, at the end of the day, bro, I just pass that stuff on to you guys. There was also a lot of comments about that call that were like, God, but I can't believe you left that on the show. And that's more why I wanted to address it. Because, like, hey, it's not my place. I try my very best to make sure that we screen the calls and pick ones that are good and generally true. But hey, that had nothing to do with the guy's voicemails. It's not like I could have predicted that was coming either. But, ladies and gentlemen, episode 84. It's been an absolutely wonderful time hanging out with you all on this fine Wednesday, or whatever day you're watching this episode. We're filming on a Wednesday, actually, coincidentally. And we also drop these on Wednesday, so maybe it is a Wednesday for you. But I really enjoyed my time here in the studio today. This has been a wonderful episode. Make sure you drop a sub if you haven't already, because we are rapidly approaching 300K. And also, if you haven't yet, make sure you check us out on Spotify, because all our episodes are completely uncensored on Spotify, and they pay us pretty good ad revenue, so it's a great way to support the show and enjoy it completely uncensored. YouTube, unfortunately, kind of forces us to bleep out some stuff. So, thank you all for tuning in. Drop a like, drop a sub if you haven't already. Go enjoy all the other content. Crackheads, my main channel, my clips channels, all the other stuff. I'll see y'all next week. Deuces.
You're now watching the Gobcast. Viewer discretion is advised. You can now watch the Gobcast in 4K uncensored exclusively on Spotify.
Hey Scott here. I'm recording this for you to open at a later date. I wanted to show you a glimpse of what you looked and acted like in the past.
Like a fucking dork. Children. Oh man, I got a lot to say on this topic. I have been legally advised to stop there. We were all kids at one point, and our experiences as such helped shape who we are today, for better or for worse. Hey, there's a reason the kids who grew up with video games are still playing them now, and the kids who grew up with WB Kids are in jail now. So maybe if I try to catalog all of my video game experiences throughout my childhood, I can finally figure out how I ended up here.
That would be helpful.
This was me as a kid. White. No dark hair or glasses, though. I wasn't a Nintendo fan yet. And when you're that young, you didn't necessarily ask for most of the things you have. Your parents just get you things they think you might like until you form your own interests and tastes. So the first few games I owned and played happened to be anything my mom thought, oh, he's gonna love this. I was raised in a very particular way. This old Windows 98 gateway computer was my first foray into the video game sphere, with most of the titles my parents owned for being of the board game and game show variety. To be fair, I'm not sure how many of these were bought specifically for me. I think a lot of the board game titles we had were also popular inclusions in cereal boxes as bonuses, so I assume that's how we got them. Ultimate Yahtzee, Sorry, The Game of Life, all games I remember distinctly seeing as I flipped through our PC game disc binder to play titles I cared about significantly more. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? 2nd edition. Now this was my PC game. That wasn't my PC game. This was most certainly one my parents bought for themselves. I mean, it doesn't have a clean sweep on the age rating, but this was always a favorite of mine. I had a soft spot for how well this replicated the actual game show. The visuals and sounds genuinely made me feel like I was on the television program. Did I know the answers to any of the questions? Surprisingly, 1. But it didn't matter. Trivia games were always exciting for me to play. I think because I was an only child, I appreciated them since these were experiences I could have with my parents. They understood the concept of a question, so what's keeping them from other games? We also had Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Sports Edition, which I'd pop in from time to time for variety, but this wasn't mine in the family. I mean, yeah, you could probably assume that. Why should I clarify? Wasn't me. But a game that was all mine was one Disney Magic Artist Studio. This was a paint program with loads of 3D effects to sprinkle amongst your images, and I abused the hell out of it. It's one of those applications that you can just dick around with, and the animations and sound effects were entertaining enough to keep you engaged. You didn't have to be making anything in particular. It was just fun. I feel that programs like this don't get the credit they deserve. Many people who critically look at them go, this is so limited, or why not just use Photoshop? Man, this car sucks. Buy an Audi. This type of software can really help kids express themselves creatively in simple and entertaining ways, or get them to realize they have passion in art. It's also a great stepping stone on the road to Photoshop, because show a caveman this. Will they know where the crop button is? To be fair, starting with Magic Artist Studio didn't make it more confusing. Where's the worm tool? I use this thing all the time, whether it was to actually make something or actually make something. But when it comes to actual video games I owned, these weren't living books titles. Popular in the 90s, they were point-and-click adaptations of children's stories. I had Arthur's Reading Race and Arthur's Birthday, and this weird blotch on my neck that never went away. Guess which one stuck with me the most? Don't get me wrong, I do have positive memories of these games, but man, I had to dig for them. And these are games of mine I played a fair amount, but forgot about for the longest time. And then, all of a sudden, you see a screenshot online that looks familiar, then immediately look up a YouTube video to confirm your suspicions. I fucking played that! I definitely have nostalgia for these titles, and replaying them will invoke a sense of... But I'd be lying coming up with any legitimate memories or genuine thoughts then and now. These were games I played as a kid, and that's where it ends. And you know what? Might as well throw Tonka Search and Rescue in that pile. Listen, man, I feel bad because looking at these games, this rush of childhood memories are coming back, but they're only coming back in the form of the words remember, I, and that. I have a ton of fondness looking back at these, but there are other games I just had a stronger connection to. Which brings us to my very first video game console. I think many kids of the late 90s and early 2000s were in the same boat as me and were weaned on PC games before graduating to ruining Dad's Sunday. I viewed PC games more as once in a while why nots, probably due to having to ask my mom whenever I wanted to play on the computer. Hey, this was still during the era of the dial-up modem. Using the internet, you can't use the phone, so because of that, it's understandable why I was only allowed to use the computer during specific times. That and child endangerment. So that fateful day when I was being babysat by my cousins and one of them pulled out their old Sega Genesis and gave it to me, that's when video games went from a toy I'd play with every now and then to a weekly situation. I still wasn't playing them religiously, but getting that old hand-me-down Genesis made things a whole lot more legitimate. I was no longer just playing games on the computer when I was bored for 30 minutes every couple of weeks. I owned a video game console now. Things were changing fast. If there was gonna be a rapture, well, you know I wasn't gonna be a part of it. My cousin included one game with his old system, that being Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, what the hell else would it be? Oh, you're throwing the crust in too? I remember playing the hell out of the first Sonic the Hedgehog level. The first level, I mean Green Hill Zone. When we get to the second Marble Zone, couldn't beat it. Now, you may be asking how I couldn't have possibly figured Marble Zone out. Yes, I too wonder why 5-year-olds suck at things. I tried and tried and tried and just could never get anywhere far in the stage. Now, since then, I have beaten Sonic 1 a couple of times, and I can see 5-year-old me, who only played Green Hill Zone over and over, wasn't missing out on much. That's where the game peaks, so I think I got what I wanted out of that experience at that age, and what an experience it was. This was a great first game. So bold and colorful, with this giant world to explore featuring power-ups and secrets, different pathways to take, a dead simple control scheme of just run and jump. It was something any kid could handle, while also having so much more depth than I was used to with video games. Collecting 50 rings, making your way to the end of the stage, and seeing that massive rotating ring, it was incredible. Then you try jumping in, and you're brought to my first encounter with epilepsy. Everyone remembers their first. This was so awesome. I may not have gotten far in it as a kid, but sometimes that doesn't matter. What really matters is what you personally got out of something, especially when you're younger. So who cared if I didn't beat Sonic 1? I was doing more important things, like moving on to Sonic 2. A very distinct memory of mine is coming home from dinner with my parents and grandparents, but stopping at a record store on the way back that happened to have old video games. I could finally get more stuff for my Sega. Compared to the loose cartridge I got from my cousin, these had the whole protective cases and everything, which was awesome. I could finally spill my pudding and eggs and pasta salad and bleed all over my games, and no harm, no foul. I saw Sonic 2. I had to get Sonic 2, considering Sonic 1 was one of the only video games I knew of at that moment. But my mom said I could pick up one other title, and I had to decide between Ms. Pac-Man and Pac-Man 2: The New Adventures.
I learned more from that decision than I ever did in college.
I added Ms. Pac-Man and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 to my collection that day because God has a plan. Ms. Pac-Man on Genesis was a really solid rendition of the arcade game, which I was already a fan of. Anytime we went somewhere you could make a scene at, I wanted to play it. But to be honest, with how accessible games like Pac-Man are, I feel I wasted a pick on this one. I would receive a few plug-and-play arcade sticks in my day, and I definitely played Ms. Pac-Man on this a whole lot more than on Genesis, which meant Sonic 2 was the apple of my eye at the time. I definitely got farther in this than in Sonic 1, the second part of the second level. At the time, it was hard to appreciate how much better of a game Sonic 2 was. I remember maybe liking it a bit more, probably because Chemical Plant Zone was way more fun than Marvel Zone, but I still viewed games as toys, things to play with during playtime. Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 to me were like two dolls that were pretty much the same, so you just kind of stick your hand in the toy box, and whatever you pull out, that's what you're playing today. Except one is on fire. And that was it for my Sega Genesis experiences as a kid. It really made me realize how one decision can completely change your outlook on life. I definitely wish I spent more time with this platform and had more games for it, but I'm really grateful for having an experience with it at all. This solidified my respect for retro games. That alongside the NES rotting at my grandma's house. Yeah, whenever I'd go to her place, I'd head to the old TV in the den and fire up my cousin's Nintendo, stashed away there with his shootbox of old titles. Some of which included a title that always confused me, Jack Nicklaus's Greatest 18 Holes of Major Championship Golf. Look at this array. One of those games I will always remember, even though I never played it. The cartridge's shiny silver label made it damn near unforgettable. It's about time I settled the score and see what I've been missing all these years. Wow, the 19th hole! Ninja Turtles 1 and 3 were here, right alongside Kung Fu Heroes, Excite Bike, The Adventures of Bayou Billy. I'm sure you can tell the kind of guy my cousin was. Please tell me I haven't seen him in years. While I dabbled in all of these, none captured my attention quite like Super Mario Bros., Duck Hunt, and Super Mario Bros. 3. I would play each one of these games every time I'd visit. So much to the point where my parents helped me replace the controllers by buying new ones on eBay for the thing. I think my mom noticed I was digging this kind of stuff, and while the computer, Genesis, and plug-and-play sufficed, it was time for an upgrade.
I have bad news. Your son is a gamer now.
For my birthday in 2002, I received a purple Game Boy Advance, my very first new game system. Now, considering the rest of my family lived an hour away from me, I think my parents knew I needed some backseat entertainment to get through the car rides every weekend. And after spitting milk in my lap fell through, I guess this was the next best option, and the game I got with it was SpongeBob SquarePants: Legend of the Lost Spatula for Game Boy Color. Let me tell you, as a kid, you're not always privy to what's considered a good game. Neither are your parents. And as a mother, I don't know why you'd buy your kid this anyways. So, back in the day, licensed games based on properties you already like were like lice.
I got him.
As a child, I liked SpongeBob. If you will, I was a SpongeBob, a sponge. That was my show. Everybody had their show, so don't go making fun of me when your show was goddamn skunk foo. I watched every episode, consumed everything I possibly could revolving around the franchise for the longest time, until that fateful day when I realized the show hadn't been good for years. But those early years, there ain't nothing like it. And hey, this game released during that era. In fact, it's the first SpongeBob game ever, can you tell? Yeah, even back then, I could tell this was pretty rudimentary. It was hard to unconditionally love this thing simply due to being based on the show I watched when it was so dull and awkward. It's confusing as hell, too. It's oftentimes hard to know where to go and what to do. The game is non-linear in its design and revolves around exploring levels to find items to help us progress, which, hey, they could have just made this a SpongeBob calendar. The props to them for going above and beyond. Alright, when do I start bitching again? If only they made this a SpongeBob calendar, I would know! The screen is so zoomed in and SpongeBob jumps so high and stiff that it's beyond annoying to get anywhere. Especially when so much of the level design revolves around platforms in the air, off the screen. But the developers found a great method to teach players what to do here. They put various enemies in line with your jumping height off screen. That'll teach you to play our game. I never got far in this one as a kid. I honestly only played to mess around in some of the levels, maybe look at the main menu since it reminded me of the show. I may have played this a lot back in the day, but by that I mean I let it happen to me. Just a crummy little kid's game, that's all this is. It isn't unacceptable or egregious, it's just completely worthless if you aren't a 6-year-old SpongeBob fan in 2001. I was 5 in 2002. Damn it! Pretty interesting experience getting a Game Boy Color game as my first game on Game Boy Advance. Actually, come to think of it, I might have played around with the aspect ratio stretching feature more than the actual game here. But that's all the more reason to get an actual Game Boy Advance game. And one of my next titles just so happened to be Frogger's Adventures Temple of the Frog. Strange this was one of my first GBA games, as I don't recall being much of a Frogger nut at that age, but hey, maybe I was a late bloomer. This era in gaming felt lucrative for these old school arcade mascots. I mean, simply judging by the fact this was one of my first games and considering how well it sold overall, I think a lot of parents were buying these for their kids because they recognize the names from back in the 80s. Oh, it's Gorp! They'll love Gorp! Temple of the Frog is actually a pretty natural evolution of the original Frogger arcade game, expanding it from one screen to sprawling levels. It ain't that bad. Now, what did 5-year-old Scott think? He didn't. Let's add another to the Scott barely even finished the first level but played this one a lot pile. I don't know what my problem was. It's goddamn Frogger. Well, thankfully, my next game was an entirely different story. Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2. The very first Mario game I could call my own, and what an entry to start things off with. Back then, I didn't think twice about this being a game from the 90s thrown onto the GBA. I just viewed it as the game. Well, why didn't I question the copyright date, or the back of the box here, or what the title meant? This was just a Mario game to me, and even if I didn't fully comprehend its origins, it didn't make me any less obsessed. I remember getting some Mario toys from a Wendy's kids meal back in 2002, one of them being this little action figure. I would tie a Kleenex around his neck to mimic the cape power-up. It just captured my imagination, unlike any game I played prior. Yeah, this was my go-to cartridge at the time, for more reasons than one. Literally, included with many Mario games on the Game Boy Advance was a remake of the original Mario Brothers arcade game, which was bad. Sure, it's a classic, and we wouldn't have gotten Super Mario Brothers without Mario Brothers. Yeah, okay, well, the same logic applies to Big Kmart. The gameplay design here is solid, but man, the controls just butcher this one. Jumping in this is like... Oh, I'm set! In this version, dubbed Mario Brothers Classic, we have actual controls. So smooth and fast-paced with beautiful new backgrounds, mechanics, 4-player multiplayer. This is Mario Brothers to me. This is fucked up. Ain't this essential during long car rides? Because as great as Super Mario World is, it's always a plus to have an endurance-based arcade game to hop over to for some variety. This was no doubt one of my favorite games. And you know what that means? I didn't beat it. I got stuck at this part in the Forest of Illusion. You beat a level and the map reveals... What the hell does that mean? I wouldn't say this made me a die-hard Mario fan. It for sure put the franchise on the map for me and locked in one of the greatest games of all time as an integral part of my childhood. It's seriously validating to see something that you enjoyed as a kid actually turned out to be one of the all-time greats. What's next on the list? Oh, thank God. Just because I had a Game Boy now didn't mean I stopped tinkering with the PC. Over there, I had another licensed SpongeBob title, this one being Employee of the Month. Man, I played this one so many times. It's a point-and-click adventure game, though I think calling this an adventure is pushing it, as well as game. You point and click here. This is about as interactive as QuickBooks. But considering the target demographic for this, I'm stupid. It makes sense how simple, straightforward, and short this one is. And to be fair, that made it ripe for replays. If I had an hour or two to kill on a lazy summer afternoon, I'd plow through this because why not? Certain aspects always resonated with me. The sound effects, locations, items you collected, public nudity, all things you just remember as a kid. So replaying it today, while I definitely enjoyed myself, it wasn't because this was an ideal experience. This goes to show how much nostalgia can affect your perception of things, which is perfectly fine. I think it's totally reasonable to like something just because you grew up with it. However, when you fail to see any flaws and can't comprehend why nobody else likes it, well, that's because you're right. Makes me scared to death to say anything bad about any horrible, stupid, fucking dumbass piece of garbage this game kind of game you might have grown up with. I don't want to offend you. Like, are there any defenders out there for Rugrats I Gotta Go Party, also known as Carpet Mice I Gotta Take a Mean Shit? This was another GBA game of mine based on yet another Nickelodeon property, and it's a party minigame collection. It's like watching food rot. Most of the minigames here are of the who gives a shit variety. In this game, we gotta pick the right thing. Pick the right thing? Pick the right thing. My God, just let me pick the wrong thing for once. Well, I already chose this game! This features some of the most basic ideas for games imaginable, now with a Rugrats skin. And when things actually get a little more creative, you realize how much they directly ripped off Mario Party minigames. And when things are actually completely original, absolute time waster. That's all this was. Not bad, but not substantial whatsoever. It's something for your thumbs to do, the game, much like I Spy Challenger. Another childhood game of mine I damn near blew a gasket trying to remember. Oh yeah, completely forgot I owned this, but after replaying it, yep, it's all coming back to me. This was based on the I Spy books, which were always a treat to peruse. The one problem, they don't work with the B button. That's where Challenger comes in. A couple modes are included, which mostly boil down to actual I Spy or matching-based puzzle games. But once again, we have a game I played a lot, but only when I was depressed enough to do so. Car Ride Fodder Man, which I guess Pac-Man Collection sort of falls into that category as well. I got 4 Pac-Man games here. Pac-Men, if you will. The original Pac-Man, which I was more than familiar with at this point, but also Pac-Man Arrangement, Pac-Mania, and Pac-Attack, which were entirely new experiences for me. I got a fair amount of playtime out of every title on display here. Though, looking back, I definitely would have preferred getting Namco Museum here instead. I mean, that had Miss Pac-Man, plus a handful of other Namco arcade games I liked, which was definitely better variety than 4 Men. But I still got a lot out of this collection, mostly from Pac-Man Arrangement. Basically a new take on the original game with some stage gimmicks and Kinky the Ghost. Definitely makes it way more engaging, especially for a kid. But what sealed the deal for me was the Unlimited Continues, made for an unforgettable night at my grandma's house where I played this one for hours. It was legendary, which is more than I can say about Pac-Attack. I would try this from time to time, but I never understood it all too well. A Pac-Man puzzle game. Of course, at the time, I don't think I knew what puzzle games were, so I think I mainly played this when I needed to humble myself a bit. Pac-Mania! Pac-Manic Syndrome. I liked this one because it was 3D and Pac-Man could jump. What did you like as a kid? If we're talking Desert Island games again, would you? Jimmy Neutron versus Jimmy Negatron. Watch how you say that. This was a sequel to the game based on the original movie, Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, though this one is based on the show titled The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, which, based on all existing logos of this game, it is fair to consider this the official title, though official press releases refer to it otherwise. So what's the legal name for this game? Well, let's sue to find out. Oh, and I got nowhere in this one, and for good reason. While these games weren't anything special, I still popped them in from time to time because I legitimately had the urge to play them. This game, I only ever really put in to see my Game Boy run a 3D looking thing. I will play for 10 minutes and then react accordingly. Wow, this looks cool. Other than that, I have genuinely no memories with this thing, which is insane. I mean, I remember more about the PC version of this game, which I didn't own. I just played the demo for it included with Employee of the Month. I honestly got a better Jimmy Neutron kick over there with that, plus Nickelodeon Toon Twister 3D, a little application with 3D models of Nickelodeon characters you can manipulate to create your own cartoon. And listen, this was a big deal for me back then. I could realize some of my wildest dreams with this thing.
Hi there, Carl.
I can't stop!
Do you smell it?
I loved fiddling around with this, kind of like how I felt with Disney Magic Artist Studio. Though this one, the joy came from creating the Rugrats episode I always wanted.
Hi there, Carl!
Do you smell it?
Between the computer, my GBA, and rotting Sega Genesis, I definitely had enough to keep me busy, but not a ton of genuine gaming experiences were had. Outside of a few key titles, the kind of games I was playing...
Is that pissing my pants, or am I just embarrassed?
Thus, it was time for something new. For my birthday in 2003, I received a brand new home console, the Nintendo GameCube. Platinum Edition. I had no goddamn clue what this was.
I mean, to be fair, the name did a good job explaining it.
It's a shame! I didn't ask for this, so I assume my mom pulled a mom in a toy store and was, in fact, a mom in a toy store. Walk up to clerk, explain you have a son who's turning 6. He has a Game Boy, but that's it. Well, I will point you in the direction of the Nintendo GameCube. It's the cheapest console on the market, it's kid-friendly, and with an adapter, you can play your Game Boy games on it too. Because there is no way in hell she would have gotten this for me if that wasn't the case. Yep, alongside the GameCube, the only game I got with it was the Game Boy Player, which did ensure I had a beefy library of games to play here right from the get-go. By that I mean, I feel this is more beef than game. Game Boy Player was an awesome contraption, but as my only GameCube game for a bit there, it definitely made for an odd first impression. Like, the only reason I'd play this console for a while there was to understand the concept of unnecessary. Still really liked this, though it was definitely something I used just for the sake of switching things up back then. I needed a game made for the GameCube to really get the most out of this console, for an experience I couldn't have already. So one day at Toys R Us, I had the opportunity to get an actual GameCube game. Oh, and I got this new book! My first genuine GameCube game was Sonic Mega Collection. I remember picking it up at the store and my mom suggesting it based on the other Sonic games I had. I don't think she or I realized this was those other Sonic games I had, but there were some others thrown in here, so not all was lost. Yep, not all was lost. My integrity, my mind, my shit. Well, I still had my Genesis. Oddly enough, I'd still hop between these two systems, playing Sonic 1 and 2 on either or. I guess I was just happy using a different controller, but oftentimes I wouldn't even really play Sonic Mega Collection. I would just boot it up and look through all the extras, specifically the comic book covers. Many of these are etched into my mind forever. It was really cool to see all the different interpretations of Sonic here, and the music backing these menus was incredible. It was like I was walking down memory lane without ever even experiencing these prior. I was a big bonus features kid. I love behind the scenes tidbits, and this collection not only wet my whistle, it fucking drenched it. But what about the games included? Well, this was my first experience with Sonic 3, Knuckles, Spinball, 3D Blast, and Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. I never got far in any of these, but I messed around with them a fair bit. Though I didn't unlock any of the hidden games. Yep, that's one less childhood with Flicky in it. Did my parents care? But I had more than enough fun dicking around with these from time to time. Though that's all I really did. I had no idea what I was doing in Spinball, 3D Blast, or Mean Bean Machine. As Sonic and Knuckles, I barely ever progressed in. In Sonic 3, I never beat the first level, so more often than not, I would head on over to the extras. The video section was cool. It made me realize there were actual video games available on this console. Whoa, 3D graphics! That Sonic Adventure 2 game promo looked incredible! So, when it was time for me to get a new GameCube game, I picked up, take a wild damn guess, SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. Yet another licensed game. Yet another Nickelodeon game. Yet another SpongeBob game. I bet you're saying, I predict the next game he owned was Suikoden 5. Well, Battle for Bikini Bottom really spoke to me, as it had SpongeBob on the front. I think I just saw a SpongeBob thing. I wanted a SpongeBob thing. But by God, out of all SpongeBob things, this was the SpongeBob thing. Behold, Scott's greatest accomplishment, convincing his mom to buy this for him. Because I genuinely could not imagine my childhood without this game. I know that sounds silly about this, especially considering how the other SpongeBob games I've played weren't all too great. But this was special. A 3D platformer, not unlike Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, but this was SpongeBob. This was SpongeBob's world. I was transported into my favorite show as a kid, which I think emphasizes how important licensed games can be if done properly. The levels here were so big and lovingly crafted to be incredibly faithful interpretations of locations from the source material. I remember exploring SpongeBob's house and neighborhood by themselves for hours, voicing the characters to craft my own cartoon in real time. I would pop a blank VHS tape into the VCR, hook up my GameCube, and record everything, trying to control the game smoothly enough and not skip cutscenes so I would have my own little SpongeBob episode. This was the perfect game for a SpongeBob fan in the 2000s, and a good game in its own right. Like I said, it's pretty much Mario 64, but SpongeBob. Golden spatulas are linked to various objectives throughout an area. Do them to progress throughout the game. Pretty simple, but very effective execution. There's a reason anybody born in 1997 won't shut the hell up about this game, though they really should sometimes. I've seen fellow lovers of this game beg others to give it a try. Others being people who barely ever watched the show and were 40 years old. Why bother with that request? Just cut to the chase and ask him to tell you this thing you love sucks. When this game got a remake in 2020, a whole lot of people went, I don't get it. And I understand where they're coming from, but also not at the same time. On one hand, this game isn't anything groundbreaking. It's a clone of Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie. However, that hasn't stopped other games from being lauded. To expect anything more out of this game than what it is, a solid 3D platformer for kids based on SpongeBob, well, I think that's on you, not the game. I have heard some fans say this is one of the greatest games of all time, and I would agree. When I was 6, I wouldn't say it's aged poorly at all. Rather, what made this so amazing at the time was experiencing it as a kid. Nowadays, it's easy to see a good kids game, harder to see anything more than that, especially if you didn't play it back then. But come on, it's fully voiced with colorful, detailed visuals, great fitting music, solid level design, controls, a good length. How can you look at this and think it's just another licensed kids game from the 2000s? Like, am I insane? I've always thought this looked leagues better than similar titles at the time. The boss fights, man, the epic music is etched into my mind, especially the final one. Seriously, one of the coolest last levels out there. You defeat the giant robot SpongeBob, then go inside him for a mix of a platforming gauntlet and ultimate showdown, with the very last bit asking you to use your homing cruise bubble missile attack to destroy these 3 units of the robot's brain. This is so damn cool. I would boot the game up just to replay the final boss constantly. Though this was something that always bugged me. You couldn't replay like any of the other objectives. Once you beat the game, there's nothing for you to do when you return to these areas. Though that did encourage me to make my own fun by running around. This game changed me, man. It got me to pick up my first memory card. For a few weeks there, I would just play the opening bit over and over again without saving. It got me to try 100%ing a game back then. I nabbed 93 out of the 100 golden spatulas and maxed out my currency to the point where when I would collect more, no sound effects would play. It got me to bring a video game instruction manual to school to thumb through as a book. It got me punched in the face. And it got me to beg for the same damn game 3 times in a row. Yes, of course I had to get Battle for Bikini Bottom for PC as well. I just love this game so much. I just had to play it there and there. You know, that's good enough. Now, PC versions of console games are normally the same deal, but that's not the case for titles aimed at children. This is a completely different experience. I guess a lot of kids were in the same boat as me when it came to their relationship with the PC. It's one of your first gaming experiences, and it's on what Dad doesn't do his taxes on. You're probably not gonna have the motor skills to control a game like this with a keyboard and mouse, let alone own a USB game controller. So it just made sense for this to be a completely different point-and-click minigame collection. I mean, this was how I learned what wisdom was. This thing reuses nearly all of its assets from Employee of the Month, thank God. But it's now a minigame collection based around pointing and clicking with the mouse. I mean, the general premise is the same as the console game, but that's it. Robots have overtaken Bikini Bottom, but you sure as hell wouldn't know that by playing it. These games all feel so disconnected. It's just a bunch of random ideas loosely tied together via SpongeBob trying trying to find his friends and save the city. But does this minigame make me feel like I'm doing a damn thing to save the city? Feels like I'm doing SpongeBob's laundry. This was probably either developed as a completely different game that got a reskin to fit the theme of the console game, or was cobbled together right quick to get a PC skew of the game out in time. Either way, much like Employee of the Month, I played this a ton. And I do appreciate how this was different from what came before and the console game, and as basic as these minigames were, they kept my attention, though I feel the sound effects played a massive role in my satisfaction here. There was just something so pleasing about it all. It's hard to explain, but what's even harder to explain is the third goddamn version of this game I own. Battle for Bikini Bottom on Game Boy Advance. For some reason, when I got this game, I envisioned it being the PC game running on my Game Boy. The thought of playing this in the car? Oh. But when I finally popped it in, I learned a valuable lesson that day.
I should take a bath.
Yeah, this is just a pretty basic 2D platformer. I played it, but it was never a huge favorite of mine. Honestly, my greatest memory with this was inputting random things on the password screen when I was bored and guessing the code for the final boss. That was one of my finest moments as a user of Skin. I'm naming my kid this. Now, around this era of my childhood, I recall really harnessing my creativity like never before and truly making something. Friends. Now, back then, making friends was smooth sailing. All you had to do was look at somebody funny and boom, you got an invite to their birthday. And because of that, I got a lot of experience gawking at other kids' game consoles. It was like stepping into an alternate reality. This was how I thought games were played these days, so to see my peers had this instead, how does that work? You're a kid, you own a GameCube. I thought it was pretty straightforward. But no, one of my neighbors had a PlayStation 2 and showed me how a PlayStation 2 owner gets done. They own Shrek 2, Shrek Super Party, Rugrats Royal Ransom, and they live right next to me. An Xbox owner could never. I remember fiddling around with these at their house, but they never left a huge impression. And that was because they had one other game. Fucking Christ, God. Yes, a SpongeBob game I didn't own. Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. No joke, what sold me on this one was the fact it played the full intro to the show. They didn't alter a damn thing. It's ripped right from it. Battle for Bikini Bottom had a cover version of the theme playing during this basic-ass title screen, and from what I played, exploring Bikini Bottom was far more traditional in this game compared to Battle. Now, that one had a bit of destruction caused by the robot outbreak, so what really appealed to me about Revenge of the Flying Dutchman was that it felt like the most true-to-form interpretation of the series. It had the opening, it had the default world. Oh, I really wanted this one for myself. But I guess around this time, the console version was a bit too old to actively find at retailers. It was a 2002 baby, and the difference in quality between 2002 PlayStation 2 games and 2003 ones is staggering. Yeah, babies had a slump that year, so they probably just weren't stocking it anymore, but that wasn't the case for the Game Boy Advance version. Oh, son of a bitch. It turns out Battle for Bikini Bottom on GBA was a follow-up to this game, and by God do I wish it wasn't. I never liked how SpongeBob looked in these titles. He looks fucking gross. Kinda bootleg, honestly. These games were both pretty interchangeable to me. I didn't dislike them, but they sure as hell weren't a part of my daily regimen. I missed a Tuesday somewhere. But listen, while you can infer a lot from my thoughts on these two games, you can't assume I wasn't a fan of two games built from the same assets, because for Christmas 2004, my grandma got me the SpongeBob SquarePants movie video game for GameCube. This reused damn near everything from Battle for Bikini Bottom on consoles, but switched things up to make this a unique and fresh experience. And now we only have 2 playable characters. A much more linear experience here, featuring less exploration than Battle. And that, plus the world's being based on one 90-minute movie compared to seasons upon seasons worth of a show, that made this definitely less interesting than what came before for me. But this was still a great time. It had better gameplay variety with driving levels, slide levels, you could upgrade your attack moves, the boss fights, once again, were stellar. I just loved replaying them. They were so exciting. The unlockables were so rewarding. Like, damn, I earned this. And I think the atmosphere throughout is phenomenal. The ice cream parlor, the rocky desert side, the apocalyptic Bikini Bottom, this trench. I mean, I have never gotten my trench fix like I do from this game. I definitely played Battle for Bikini Bottom more, but it was probably like 60-40. I think the movie game was fun to play as a straightforward video game with cool levels and platforming challenges, but Battle was definitely a better, more fleshed out package overall. I mean, so much of the movie game's content is padded out with repeat what you just did, but now go through rings. But as a kid, this stuff never fazed me. Then next year for my birthday, I finally got a Game Boy Advance game I didn't have to create a PowerPoint to justify. Yoshi's Island Super Mario Advance 3. Yeah, it's about time I got another actual video game, and it was quite a fitting one considering my history with Super Mario World. And man, never before had I played a game so lively. As much as I loved Mario World, this is the most video game-ass video game. You ain't fooling anybody here.
It's real.
Yoshi's Island feels like you're peering into another dimension where all of this is going on. How the enemies move, how you can interact with the environment, the animations and character voices. It all came together to create a game unlike anything I had ever played before. Yet all while feeling like a natural follow-up to Super Mario World. I was pretty damn happy with these two as my Mario games on the handheld, though I do wish I had the others as well, especially Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. But when I saw that game was a thing, this was when I was starting to put two and two together. Oh, that's the game I play at my grandma's! I think I was finally starting to get a clue on how these video games work. So naturally, I became far more reasonable with the games I asked for. Eventually, the SpongeBob movie game for Game Boy Advance. Another birthday present in 05. Listen, all I remember about this one was that it wasn't too bad. It was actually a pretty quality time. Quality enough to remember anything about this game?
What game?
I don't know. This one just didn't stick with me as much, even though at the time, I could tell how much better this was than the previous GBA games. I think I was just growing up. I wasn't as enthusiastic about something just because it had SpongeBob on it. I was forming more of my own opinions, my own tastes, and no time was that more apparent than when I finally found this piece of shit. Yeah, I remember going to an EB Games and found a used copy of Revenge of the Flying Dutchman for GameCube. Oh my god, I can have it all to myself! Where's the intro? Where's the intro? That's half the goddamn reason I wanted this game! So, the GameCube discs couldn't possibly fit such a meaty video file on them. I mean, 45 seconds of footage? Nah, man, have you seen this game? We can't fit that. It's already bursting at the seams. Revenge of the Flying Dutchman is one of the emptiest feeling games I've ever played. Every area feels like an ominous ghost town. Oftentimes, there's no music. All you hear is the ambience of the ocean floor, and it's honestly creepy. But when there is music, it's linked to one of the 4 costumes you can wear, not the area you're in. So it's like, oh yeah, the entire world is crumbling around me and death is imminent. So this is a real basic 3D platformer that's just so awkward and slow and weird. I mean, it genuinely feels like they put out the rough draft rather than the finished project. Like, what is this font? What are these menus? What is this glide move? What, SpongeBob flaps like a bird? Look at these visuals. Look at these physics. Oh my god, I finally figured it out. This is what a bad video game is. I spent goddamn hours as a kid delivering food in downtown Bikini Bottom where every street looks the same and you get exact addresses you have to find yourself. Like, dude, the target demographic for your game is womb fresh. They're not gonna want this, nor do they understand it. The rest of the game is so unremarkable, it's honestly remarkable. Most people at this point would throw in the towel. They'd say, yep, this game is bad, I'm not wasting my time on it. Yeah, I played this one a lot. Right after I gained standards, too. I knew this game was junk at the time, but there was something about it that just drew me back to it time and time again. Just kind of that comfort food, guilty pleasure of mine. I think I was just always entranced by this game's early GameCube and PS2 energy. Its unintentional, strange, ominous feeling. While it wasn't good, it also wasn't unplayable, and I would pop it in more often than I'd care to admit. But my god, did owning this make me envious of PS2 owners. I mean, you compare the two here, and I was coming out looking rough. Now, that would be the last thing I would say out loud. Well, then I better get started. I think that was because I was coming down with that console war fever. You're gonna defend your thing, because the idea of you having the inferior thing? Wow, Mr. Negative over here. I'm not being negative, I just own a GameCube. As much as I would scoff at my friend's PlayStation 2s, I was secretly very envious. And that envy bubbled up so much that it had to be released. And with my next hand-me-down get, it did exactly that. Turned out that was an ulcer. One of my other cousins ended up giving me his PlayStation 1, alongside 2 discs. Gran Turismo 2, Disc 1, and Rascal demo. Well, damn, why did my cousin stop there? He could have thrown in a bloody nose. Suffice to say, I didn't use my PS1 much. I messed around with playing audio CDs on it. Recall playing Rascal maybe twice. You know how they say these are the best years of your life?
Yeah, they just say that to make Rascal feel better.
Gran Turismo. I played for probably 5 minutes. It left no impression on me. It didn't get me into the series, didn't get me to watch the movie. I couldn't care less, because quite frankly, I had the only racing game worth a damn over on my Game Boy. Mario Kart Super Circuit. My first Mario Kart. I recalled seeing my cousins play something like this on their Nintendo 64. Damn, what was it? But this was all mine, and easily one of my favorite GBA games. I mean, this looked so damn similar to that N64 game my cousins played. It was like a console game to go. And the fact that it was Mario Kart, pure and simple fun, infinitely replayable, that made it a no-brainer pick for car rides. The cartridge was lost at my uncle's house. If that upsets you, he lost it, not me. Out of all games to lose, I couldn't have lost Nicktoons Freeze Frame Frenzy instead?
No, but I could lose my
Okay, so this was probably one of the most genetically engineered by the marketing machine games I owned. It's a Nicktoons photography game.
They just made this because Nickelodeon photography games were all the rage back then.
Okay, what I mean by the marketing machine is how this just feels like a weird damn product. Like they just wanted to whip up a quick game with all the Nickelodeon characters on the cover, and this was one of the fastest options. And the strangest thing about this is it's not that bad. It's like Pokemon Snap. But this one has more of like a fucking Tommy Pickles sort of vibe. Keep an eye out for certain things to take pictures of. Definitely made for a unique experience on the GBA, but one that felt like a forced concept with these characters. Most of them I'm not sure if canonically even held a camera, which makes me severely question the market for this game.
Just SpongeBob with a camera, man. I love that shit.
As halfway decent as this game actually was, it always felt kind of cheap to me. Like this wasn't a true crossover. These were soulless husks, not the real characters. And the box art just has a bunch of them photoshopped together within that template all the Nickelodeon video releases had for a while there. Nothing screams this matters more than Impact Font.
No. That's papyrus.
Well, if anything, Freeze Frame Frenzy proved to me how much I enjoyed exploring the world of other cartoons I watched, which led to my next GameCube game. Well, I'll talk about this one next. How about that? The Fairly Odd Parents Breaking the Rules. It's one of my other favorite shows on Nickelodeon, though I remember watching it more often than not just because it was on, not because I desperately needed to catch every episode. But I still enjoyed it quite a bit, enough to warrant owning a video game based on the property, obviously. And this, it adequately did the job it needed to do. Now, does that make it a good video game?
Well, I did my job today. Does that make me a good person?
Listen, I loved the variety of locations in this game, all based on episodes from the show, but the core gameplay here was just a typical 3D platformer that honestly was a bit more boring than fun most of the time. It wasn't bad, just pretty damn basic and bland. And the only thing that sets this apart from any other kids game was the fact this was the Fairly Odd Parents, and hey, it did that aspect fairly well. They converted one of the flattest fucking cartoons I've ever seen into a fully 3D world, and nearly every review I've seen of this game commented on how they could have done this better. Man, the first wheel is pretty rough. Let me tell you how I would have done it. Considering this was 2003 and they had to turn this into a 3D model, I think they did pretty good, all things considered. Regardless, I think a 2D game would fit the show a lot more, which is where Breaking the Rules for Game Boy Advance comes in. I owned this game.
Oh, memories.
Yeah, this is another one of those I forgot about for the longest time. Shooting frogs. Oh, well, now I remember why I blocked this from my memory. Around this time, I received the fully redesigned Flame Red Game Boy Advance SP, and now featuring a lit screen. Oh, that's what I've been playing? And one of my final GBA games, The Simpsons Road Rage. These days, I fully understand this game being a ripoff of Sega's Crazy Taxi series. In 2005, I just didn't understand it. So you pick up people and drop them off where they want as quickly as possible for the best kind of cash, but I didn't know that back then. I considered this more so a replacement for my missing Mario Kart cartridge, which made the main mode confusing as hell for me, so I always opted to select Sunday Drive. Yep, that's all I did in this game. Drive. Nowhere in particular, I would just roam around until I got bored. that's enough of that. And those were my Game Boy Advance games. Now, I did own a few GBA video cartridges, much like how Vlad the Impaler killed a few people, but these were my games. And, wow, I did not get as much out of this thing as I thought I did. Most of these left no impression on me. The few that did, really did, and completely solidified the GBA as one of my core toys as a kid. But the GameCube games I owned were far less forgettable. And the next one up was SpongeBob SquarePants Lights, Camera, Pants. THQ was pumping out a new SpongeBob console game every single year. And believe me, I was paying attention. This was my Madden. But hey, that meant they had to be working on multiple projects at once. So instead of being helmed by the Battle for Bikini Bottom team, this was a THQ Studio Australia joint and was advertised as the first multiplayer SpongeBob game ever. Did I take advantage of this feature? Sure. Yes, the only child with barely any other kids in his neighborhood had a Mario Party style game, and he played it by himself a lot. Oh my god, your sympathy tastes so good. While I did wish I had others to play this with, I still had a blast here. Over time, I've grown more and more impressed with Lights, Camera, Pants. Like, the basis of this game revolves around everybody wanting to be cast in a Mermaid Man episode, and the minigames are auditions, with your reward for winning a block of them being your character having the role and appearing in a scene. And there's versions of every scene with each playable character in the guest role. It's genuinely a fantastic idea for a party game, and really makes this more than just a Mario Party clone. Couple that with how the minigames themselves are actually really fun, and we may have... Wait, let him finish. Biggest problems with this game are the load times and the amount of minigames. Only about 30, which pales in comparison to other party games. But did 2005 Scott know that? All he knew was isolation. This was all good fun, and I appreciate this game a ton. But obviously, I was more of a single-player guy. Come 2006, the next SpongeBob game was looking to be the best yet. SpongeBob SquarePants Creature from the Krusty Krab. I fucking hated this game. The advertisements and box art really got me excited. This looked so ambitious. Like, damn, I get to wreak havoc as a giant plankton? And I get to take down the monster as SpongeBob in a plane? Well, that's all the advertising really showed, but the concept was so badass. And when I saw more of the game, I mean, this looks like Battle for Bikini Bottom. This is gonna be great. I fucking hated this game. Back in the day, if asked what my least favorite game of all time was, this was my immediate response. I mean, first off, this game looks ugly as hell. It uses some assets from previous games, but the animation is atrocious here. This is how SpongeBob talks throughout the whole game. They sort of just stretch his lips randomly. Then they try to do these different art styles, and it's fucking nasty. The first level is a racing segment. You're not racing anybody in particular, you're just trying to get to the end. And this goes on for 5 minutes. Then we have a platforming segment that goes on for 30 damn minutes, and is one of the most grueling experiences I had as a kid. It just goes on and on and on. They just keep having you do the same thing over and over again. Hey, fight this enemy, then fight the same enemy again and again and again. This stage feels like it never ends. It's so basic and simple, yet it takes forever to get through because they have you do something and then repeat it like 3 more times. And for a licensed kids game like this, I could look the other way if they at least put you in a cool location from the property, like the Fairly Odd Parents game. No, we're in this hot rod world that has nothing to do with SpongeBob. It's not interesting to explore. It doesn't feel like I'm in the show. There's nothing satisfying here. Doesn't help the controls are way floatier and less responsive than Battle for Bikini Bottom. They aren't bad, but they don't feel as tactile. They went for goofier animations, which I guess fits the property, but damn, it doesn't feel great. And the rest of the game has the same exact problems throughout. There's 8 more stages, and none of them feel the greatest to control. They all go on for far too long. This game genuinely frustrated the hell out of me back then, and especially now. Not because it's difficult, it just feels like it loves to waste your time repeating gameplay that already wasn't great to begin with. When it's all said and done, Creature from the Krusty Krab has a few platforming stages, a few vehicle-based ones, and a level based around destroying Bikini Bottom as a giant plankton, which is the best part of the game. Which doesn't mean it also isn't way too fucking bullshit long. It's a damn minigame collection where the minigames are artificially lengthened to 30 minutes long a piece, and there's like 5 unique ones. Really really bummed me out because the concept here is pretty damn good. Hopping between 3 characters' dreams with them all eventually colliding. But instead of taking advantage of the idea, it feels like the developers used it as an excuse to half-ass everything. Create a game where it's just a hodgepodge of random shit. And the cherry on top of everything was how after I beat everything as a kid, the GameCube version's ending has no audio. I remember saying, screw it, I'll give the cutscene some sound. This isn't the worst game out there, but it genuinely upset me. This was such a huge step back from previous SpongeBob games, and that hurt 10 times more considering how there were some decent ideas here. But none of that mattered because it's obvious this was rushed and unpolished. All definitely just to meet the Wii's launch in 2006. Apparently Nintendo approached THQ about a SpongeBob game for the platform, so they went to the developer of Breaking the Rules to do it. Why? I liked Breaking the Rules, but I wouldn't trust my firstborn with it. Well, this developer was obviously quite busy at the time, because they also put out a sequel to Breaking the Rules in 2004, The Fairly Odd Parents Shadow Showdown, another one I owned. But to be honest, this just didn't leave the same impression the prior game did for me. Which is unfortunate because I can tell this is a superior title. It's more fleshed out and polished, but I just wasn't as into this as the first one. The story was definitely more original compared to Breaking the Rules, which was more each level based on an episode. But I kinda liked that. I didn't want fan fiction. Who the hell are these characters?
Somebody's favorite.
Well, one of the last GameCube games I got from my parents wasn't Nickelodeon based, but still published by THQ. That being Cars, the video game. Suddenly all those family vacations are making sense. I liked the movie well enough, but it definitely wasn't on the same level as the other Pixar films. I mean, it was 2 damn hours long, and for what? A race car that learns there's more to life than the big time? Honey, that isn't a film's plot, that's a haiku. Well, at least when it comes to the game, I wouldn't say I played it, more so used it. I don't think I completed a single thing here. I just like driving around the world. A distinct memory of mine was my mom coming in to watch me play this game and commenting how game's graphics have gotten crazy lately. To Cars the video game. I mean, sure, if you've never seen Orange Juice before, it's gonna catch you off guard. And yep, this was my core GameCube collection for a while there. I picked up a few more titles later down the line, but these made up the main lineup for me. Didn't think this would be a sob story now, did ya? Okay, so I hold the memories I experienced with these games close to my heart, but even I have to stand back and ask, what the hell was going on here? I definitely went too deep in my comfort zone with this library, picking games that look familiar rather than good. But most of these games still offered quality enough experiences. Most of them, most games, not bullshit. I never said bullshit. And I'm always going to look back at these fondly. Do I ever have to play them again? No. But I have so much respect for these games. They may not have been perfect, but they were integral to my childhood. I love playing these over and over again, just exploring the worlds I love to watch in movies and TV shows. They really helped to broaden my imagination in that way. It made me feel as if I was in my favorite cartoons. And that was something I wouldn't trade for the world.
I gotta shut the f up sometimes.
We've officially entered the intermission in my video gaming years. From 2006 to 2007, I was sort of just coasting along with what I had. That didn't mean I wasn't getting new games, rather I was getting them when I saw them at Big Lots or GameStop for like $5. Like Operation Krabby Patty and the SpongeBob movie on PC. These really weren't anything to write home about, especially Operation Krabby Patty. Well, outside of the cutscenes.
No, where am I gonna get that kind of money?
Prepare the bubble cannons, SpongeBob! They're after me, money!
I was at my cousin's house playing his PlayStation 2. I recall he had Need for Speed Most Wanted, which was fun, but I was absolutely drawn to Pac-Man World 2. So much so that when I told him I owned a PlayStation 1, he lent me the game, assuming it would work on the thing.
My cousin quality's going downhill.
No matter how hard I tried, I wasn't getting any use out of this damn PS1. And believe me, I tried. And in no time did I try harder than when I got my one and only PlayStation game as a gift. Now, you may be asking, what game might that be? Well, there's only one SpongeBob game on it. SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge. This was not only a birthday present, but one from a friend. And when you get a video game from somebody other than your parents, I mean, that's a big deal. I remember seeing a friend have this game over at their house and really wanted it, considering I actually had a PS1. Though asking for a game on that console in the mid-2000s, that's a bit tricky. That's like asking for not bubonic plague in 1350. So I don't know where they found it. But after so many years, I think I finally know. Oh, best way to describe this game is just kind of lame. I want to go as far as saying it's really fucking bad. I just say it's really bad. There's nothing to this. Other games I had as a kid, when I pop them in again, I can't wait to do certain things. They just left such an impact on me, even if the game itself wasn't all too great. Super Sponge? There's not a single damn thing I want to re-experience. This is such a basic and bland 2D platformer that just doesn't do anything interesting or unique or cool. I remember this was a last resort for me back then.
Fine, I'll eat my leg.
Only pop in when you genuinely have nothing better to do. It may not have frustrated me back then, but it just felt like a waste of time. And that was my PlayStation 1 library. Couldn't live without it. Much like how I can't live without arsenic. Would have gotten more use out of this thing if the damn PS2 game worked on it. Well, thankfully, I eventually found Pac-Man World 2 for the GameCube at a GameStop for $5. Finally, no need for my cousin anymore. This game just made me happy. I never got far in it, but that's not what it was about. It was about the bouncy, jolly-ass atmosphere. The controls were just plain fun to use, and it was simply well designed. I always considered this to be a solid evolution of the original Pac-Man. If you had to turn this into a big 3D platforming world, this is how you do it. I could pop this in whenever and have a grand old time, and because of that, I do question why I never got far here. I really only ever played a bit past the first boss. I think a good chunk of my memories came from playing it over at my cousin's. Then when I got it for myself, I think most of the satisfaction came from me finally owning it rather than, oh yeah, this is all I'm gonna fucking do from now on. With that being said, I will always have a soft spot for Pac-Man World 2. Now whatever this game would do, you know I'd support it. Damn it. Now something I had always wanted to dabble in was the fabled game trade. Your friend has a game, you have a friend, and you agree to swap games. I wanted this so bad, I practically begged one of my friends to do it. You and Mario Kart Double Dash, which we played a ton during sleepovers. I adored what I played, especially the battle mode. I was desperate to own that myself, but he refused to trade it with me. Hell, not even let me buy it off of him because he didn't want any of my games. Why? But one game he was willing to part with for a crisp $10 was Super Mario Sunshine. You know, I was excited before realizing one of the games he owned at the time was Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island. Why did he want to get rid of this one? Maybe it's because Mario Sunshine is a bit of an acquired taste, like wine or benzene. I really wanted this because I loved the Mario games on the NES, my Game Boy. I recall trying out a Super Mario game on Nintendo 64 I liked. Damn it, I'm bad with names. And I was getting pretty tired of not having any actual video games for my GameCube. Hell, even Pac-Man World 2. Nowadays, if you bring up how you like that game, why even bother? Just say you were born in 1997. That's just as effective. It's like you'd only care about the games I owned if you were a genuine child in that era. I was ready to experience a real game. Mario Sunshine was another I didn't get too awful far in, but I still loved what I played. Much like Pac-Man World 2, it was just plain fun to control. Using FLUDD to clean up all the sludge was so satisfying. Jumping about and running around felt good. And thankfully, I didn't get far enough in here to realize why Mario Sunshine is an acquired taste. Yeah, that's not great. But this proved to me I was missing out on a ton with the lifestyle I chose for myself. There's a world beyond licensed games, you know? And if it's half the quality of Super Mario Sunshine, well, that's a world worth living in. And I think the game I didn't have that sounded the most appealing to me was Grand Theft Auto. The concept behind being able to do whatever you want in this giant, realistic city boggled my mind. I viewed this as the game to end all games. Why would you play anything else? I don't know. Listen, man, I'm not even sure what my parents' stance on M-rated games were because I was too goddamn scared to ask. I knew this stuff wasn't for me. I knew I couldn't buy these myself without the cashier fucking exploding. I don't know. I didn't want to risk it. I never asked for anything like this because I just always assumed the answer would have been no. Which is why, one day at GameStop, I picked up 2 used GameCube games. One specifically to scratch that GTA itch. The Simpsons Hit and Run. Rated T for Thank God I'm 9. While Road Rage copied Crazy Taxi, Hit and Run copied GTA. It's pretty wild how all Simpsons games that released in this generation were blatant rip-offs of other titles. That didn't make Hit and Run a bad game. It made Simpsons skateboarding one. But this was an excellent time, especially if you were a fan of the show. Though I think you can definitely get a lot out of this one on its own. I loved dicking around in this game. It was a great blend of GTA and traditional 3D platformers. The story portions were fun, but things would always end up right back where they started. The reason I bought this game in the first place. I'm home. Now you may be asking what the other game I bought at GameStop was. I am too. Harry Potter Quidditch World Cup. It was the cheapest game available. I watched 3 of the movies. Sure, I popped it in once. I don't even think I got past the main menu. That was my GameCube library. By the year 2007, I could tell my current roster of game consoles was losing their luster. During one of the fabled Mario Kart Double Dash sleepovers, one of my friends whipped out their Nintendo DS with Cars the video game in tow. I was awestruck at the size of the game cards and how the visuals were far more advanced than anything I saw on the GBA. This was like the fanciest game system I had ever seen. It looked so premium with its 2 screens, touch input, 3D visuals. The games came in a plastic case. You could choke on the cartridges. They couldn't do that on Genesis, damn it. Soon after, everywhere I looked, everybody had a DS. Kids using PictoChat, sending messages, raising dogs, doing all kinds of things I thought wasn't even remotely possible on the go. What? For my 10th birthday in June of 2007, I got a white Nintendo DS Lite and Nintendogs, Labs and Friends. I remember this was one of those birthday gifts you knew you were getting before you got it. I went to the store with my parents and pointed out the exact things I wanted. That might have taken away from some excitement, but at least we didn't have a situation on our hands. He said he wanted a DS. The Nintendo DS Lite was the first game system I owned where I truly felt passionate about it in the moment. The GBA and GameCube, I loved these things to death, but at the time, they were just the game systems I happened to own. The DS, I actively seeked out. I wanted this thing, damn it, and oddly enough, I think PictoChat had a lot to do with that. To be honest, I didn't really use this to send messages to other DS users, but that's not why I wanted to use it. I used it to create crude flipbook animations, and that's the story I'm sticking to. But Nintendogs was the true standout here. And honestly, I couldn't think of a better way to show off the handheld. The bubble blower toy. If you know, you know. Right? I wasn't very imaginative here. It only had 2 dogs, both based off of the dogs my family already had. Both were black labs. So I may not have pushed Nintendogs to the limits of what it could do, but that's not the point of these types of games. These were my E-dogs, and I raised them how I wanted to, damn it. Wrong. God, this was such a magical and addicting game back then. And nowadays, there's not really much reason to go back. It just doesn't feel like there's enough content to keep me engaged outside of a quick nostalgia trip here and there. But hey, that's no problem, because I think Nintendogs did its job and then some during its prime. It earned a well-deserved rest. That's code for I never need to play this ever again. But damn, what an introduction! I was in love with the DS. It was so cool. I just had to get something else for it. Oh my god. Something! It was a summer afternoon. We were in a Walmart with my grandpa. I walked through the video game section, noticing something, frankly, unbelievable. Nintendo DS browser. Holy shit. That's a web page! I can surf the web on my DS for only the exact amount of money I had in my wallet at that exact moment after saving up for months? Well, this must be destiny because I have exactly that! Yeah, I immediately bought this, but could you blame me? I always wanted a laptop to be able to use the computer wherever I please. I was begging my parents for a netbook. I saw those were damn cheap, but turns out I didn't need to beg for that. All I needed was my DS and a good sense of humor. I did not understand the concept of Wi-Fi back then. Hell, we didn't even have it. So this was literally useless. I played it all the time. I was desperate for it to work. I would pop it in just praying for something to magically happen, fiddling around with the settings constantly. I mean, it was kind of cool to have an interface like this on the DS. At least sort of felt like I had a computer on the go. That didn't work, but still. Yeah, I was pretty damn bummed about this. One of my first full-priced games I bought myself. A goddamn web browser I was never able to use. I can't wait to tear into this one on my deathbed. Thankfully, a few months later, I rectified that poor choice with just a choice. My next DS game was Looney Tunes Duck Amok. Alright, so I think I remember seeing this advertised alongside this big Looney Tunes console game in 2007, Acme Arsenal. Really strange how this uses the same, somewhat darker style when this is anything but. Back in the day, I was a connoisseur of classic animation, specifically the old Warner Brothers stuff. You had the TV channel Boomerang, which would play all the content Cartoon Network was too cool to air anymore. Why? Listen, I will never act like a lot of this stuff was all too great, but I always had a soft spot for retro media like this. It was always really comforting. I loved the history behind it all, and the Boomerang TV channel itself was so reliable. It played the same damn things over and over again, had no commercials, yet played the same "you're watching Boomerang" spots constantly in place of ad breaks. And because it was more of a specialty channel available on certain cable packages, and my dad constantly swapped providers to get a better deal, I'd have access to Boomerang, and then I wouldn't. And then a year later, I'd get it again, and lo and behold, it's playing the same old shit. I loved it. But my favorite programming on there was the classic Looney Tunes shorts. I adored these. Acme Arsenal game looked kinda cool, I guess. It felt like it was trying too hard to be cool. Like it's Foghorn Leghorn with a fucking gun. Well, it's about damn time. Duck Amok wasn't trying to be that. Rather, it was a faithful adaptation of the shorts, specifically the one it's named after, where an artist is dicking around with the duck. And quite frankly, this might be one of the most ingenious licensed games of all time. Just look at this box art. It's like, oh, you get to be that artist with the DS stylus. That's such a great idea. Listen, props to the developer WayForward for making this in the first place. It's such a cool concept, and it's chock full of voice acting and great animation that this genuinely feels like you're interacting with a Looney Tunes short. But this novelty only goes so far when the game itself is basically just a shallow minigame collection. And now to be fair, it's not like this doesn't make sense as a minigame collection. You're an artist putting Daffy Duck in silly scenarios and messing around with him. I don't think RTS was the right move. But it just doesn't make this a super compelling title outside of the well-executed premise. As a kid, though, this was a cute time. I remember I showed this to my 3-year-old cousin who loved it. He would beg me to play the duck game again. I think that shows how this game did what it set out to do, and it was one I really appreciated. Now, Duck Amok was a game I recall getting at a GameStop one day on a whim, something I just wanted in that moment. But the next DS title I got around this time was one of the first games my eyes were glued to from reveal to release. Geez, Scott, you exclaim, what game might that be? I'll give you a hint. Who gives a shit? The Simpsons game. This was actually a pretty hyped up release at the time. I mean, the title itself ignores the dozens of other Simpsons games asserting this is the Simpsons game. And I have the brown hair and glasses. EA put so much behind this one. I remember checking out the website multiple times a week, watching the new trailers. Most of the levels were parodies of other video games, so they released trailers for each of them as if they were actual standalone games, and I loved that. Plus, the game itself looked gorgeous. The cell shading really helped it stand out, especially compared to something like Hit and Run, which looked fine, but this, it was like you were transported into the show. And on top of that, many of the cutscenes were animated in 2D, just like the series. This was really damn cool at the time. I was so pumped. Definitely helped that 2007 was a big year for the Simpsons franchise with the movie releasing that summer. It made it so much easier to ask for the worst version of the game. Yeah, the only console I owned that this released on at the time was the DS. It felt like this game was taunting you if you bought it on any platform other than the Xbox 360, with each one getting different box art. I really like this, but it makes this one seem like the serious one, with the others being just a flat-out joke. Well, the DS version is a 2D platformer, though it retains full video cutscenes, which was awesome to have on a handheld. I remember actually watching these things at restaurants while waiting for our food, while you remember being socially acceptable. The cutscenes in the DS game were weird, though. They were mostly the same, though used the 3D models from the console game, which these are both just video files, so why do this? It's not like the DS version can't run the regular cutscenes. But hey, there's like an entire episode's worth of video content here, which was so damn cool. The game itself, I mean, I beat it back then, though I don't remember thinking it was all too special outside of the presentation. You just beat up enemies, use your character's unique abilities to cross a path or open one for your partner, then swap over to them, rinse and repeat. It's fine, just a little bland. Honestly, I think I powered through it mostly just to unlock all the cutscenes and extra items to use in the Nintendo spoof exclusive to this version. I enjoyed it, but I never really need to play it again. Around Christmas time in 07, I recall a commercial for Mario games popping up on TV. Probably for New Super Mario Brothers, or actually maybe Mario Party DS, I'm not sure. But that got my mom to ask me, hey, would you want something like that? Do I want something like that? Do pigs have organs? Man, I was ready for a new Mario experience, and I was hearing all kinds of things about all the amazing Mario games on the DS. And on Christmas Eve, I was allowed to open up one present early. I saw one with a familiar shape, ripped it open, and laid my eyes on my mom's gift for me, my next Mario game. My mom should do stand-up. Okay, well, this wasn't disappointing by any means, rather just a bit confusing. Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2. I think the giant mini Mario on the front made this one stick out to my mom, just simply looking for a Mario game. And while I would have probably preferred some of the other options at the time, I'm thankful she picked this one for the opening alone. My word, this blew me away. Such a high-quality cutscene across both screens. This was incredible. And the game itself was pretty fun and addictive. I thought the level editor was cool. I always loved the inclusion of that in a game. Though this was one of those that only made sense if you had a specific puzzle to create in mind rather than your stupid-ass imagination coming to life. For that, I had Drawn to Life. This, oh boy, everything I always dreamed of right here. This is a very basic 2D platformer, but with the added gimmick of you drawing your own character, designing numerous elements of the world. This was awesome. Though you drawing all of this was actually key to the plot, it wasn't like you were making your own game, which kind of disappointed me. That didn't stop me from lying to my friends on the bus. I drew myself as the character and passed it to somebody saying, "This is my game I made." I then continued to lie and say, "There's a power-up that can turn you into Super Sky." I took the DS, quickly drew a mask and cape onto him and gave it back. He then said, "Oh yeah, he's definitely faster now." Yeah, I wanted to reserve my place in hell early. Similar to the Simpsons game, there was another licensed DS title I had my eyes on, mainly because I didn't have any of the home consoles it released on. And that was 2007 SpongeBob game, Atlantis Square Panics. Yeah, no more GameCube, just strictly Wii and PlayStation 2, alongside GBA and DS versions as well. To be honest, I was starting to get out of my SpongeBob game phase at the time. Maybe that's because the show was starting to go downhill. The games were as well. I don't know, but either way, I felt it was tradition at this point. This was the new SpongeBob game, I had to play it. So this was the final DS game I got that Christmas. I can't say the premise of the title intrigued me. This was just a tie-in with a 40-minute TV special, and a bad one at that. I didn't even like this episode. It was boring. The jokes were lame as hell. It felt like they came up with the title, felt it had to be a big episode, and just let it meander on without any direction or substance. I had to have the game. Atlanta Square Panis on DS was actually pretty damn impressive. I mean, it's basically a 3D platformer, which was really cool. This was the closest I got to something like Battle for Bikini Bottom on the go. Something I desperately wanted during the GBA days. Though, two things really held this one back for me. First off, the lack of voice acting, hardware limitations, and who gives a shit source material helped make this title feel pretty empty. The levels are all based on locations I couldn't care less about, and the layouts themselves, they're fine, but not really all too interesting to explore. Secondly, the character switching mechanic is probably this game's biggest setback. You always have a partner in the levels, and you can pick who you want to play as beforehand. But stages require a specific combo most of the time, and you can't change characters on the fly. You have to backtrack all the way to the beginning to select the character you need. It's dumb. We made it this far in humanity, and we're still fucking up the Atlanta Square Panis character switch mechanic. I thought this was a neat little time waster. I appreciated the effort put into it, though it just didn't really grab me. But something that did grab me was a certain new game console at the time.
Seriously, it won't let go.
By 2007, it was everybody's civic duty to give a damn about owning a Wii. I remember using the internet to go down a Wikipedia rabbit hole, just clicking on every article for a movie or TV show or game that interested you. And that's where I saw the Atlanta Square Panis game was coming to something called a Wii. Later that Halloween, I went trick-or-treating with a friend who owned one and got my first experience with Wii Sports before I got my first experience with Big Hunk.
To the history books.
This was obviously like the coolest thing I had ever seen. The problem was everybody else thought that too. And if you were around at this time, you will know the hell needed to endure in order to find a Wii for sale. Every store we'd go to, my parents would ask the clerk, who definitely already got that question dozens of times that day. No, they had a few Wiis come in today and they sold through them immediately. It frankly felt hopeless. I think that urge to get a Wii was heightened by how difficult it was to get one at that time, though. I mean, I wanted one so bad, but why else would my parents try that hard? I had enough to keep me busy. I think they definitely wanted to get me this thing I wanted, but the craze surrounding it at the time made it a game in of itself trying to buy it. And in spring of 2008, on a random April day, my parents finally did it. Cheat. My mom found one on eBay. It was more expensive, but I think she just wanted to get this over with. I remember I was playing outside, and she called me in, and for some reason, the thought crossed my mind, what if she found a Wii? I have no clue why I thought that, but it turned out to be true. That's right, I'll kick a psychic's ass. They could have waited 2 months to get me this for my birthday, but I guess they wanted to check out this system just as much as I did. So, one of the few random-ass big gifts I got for no particular reason right here. Taking it out of the package, it was definitely a lot smaller than you'd expect, and my dad was anticipating something computer tower-sized. I plugged it in, made our Miis, and with only one Wii Remote controller, my family and I all tried out the multiplayer sports you could play with just one, bowling and golf. And it was incredible. As an only child, I didn't really have many people to play games with, but now with the Wii, this was something my parents understood and greatly enjoyed. I just remember really valuing these times, looking forward to playing bowling with them or making Miis of the other family members and bringing the system to others' houses for them to try, laughing each and every time the bowling ball accidentally got launched towards the crowd. This was a magical device. I remember running home to play it for a good few weeks after I first got it. This was the only thing that mattered. And Wii Sports was the only game we had for a second, though thankfully, soon after, I was able to convince my parents to pick up a Wii Play, as it came with a second Wii Remote for a cool 50 clams. Now, we could all play tennis together and baseball. We no longer had to pass the remote to play bowling and golf. And no more rings on the coffee table. Man, I can't lie and act like I didn't play Wii Play so too goddamn much. These two right here, this is all I needed with my new console. I would practice in Wii Sports, then have a little tournament with either of my parents or friends, or just mess around in Wii Play, which was definitely really basic, but a fun kind of basic. The addictive kind, like 52 pickup. 53. Really hard to validate. We play to others sometimes. I mean, when one of your 9 minigames is...
You played this as a kid?
When I wasn't eating dog urine, yes. But I viewed this as a go for the high score arcadey experience, and nabbing gold medals, seeing how long you can last. Of course, most of these were dead simple and fairly shallow, but I think that added to their charm and made for an effective introduction to the Wii. I love these two. They were consistently played for the next few years. But I needed a big boy title for the Wii. And these were practically tech demos, so show me what you got.
Enough.
Sonic Riders Zero Gravity was my 11th birthday present. Only 10 more years. I think this was another March of the Minis situation. My mom saw this in the store and remembered how I liked the other Sonic games I played, so nabbed this without realizing how fucking dreadful this was. I don't blame her. I do that all the time.
I didn't think it would be that bad.
First impressions were unbelievable here, though. The CGI opening was unlike anything I had ever seen. Say what you will about Sega at this time, but they knew how to make a CG opening and survive. But soon after, it all went downhill for me. I just didn't know what the hell I was doing in this game. I was down for a Sonic racing game, especially with this crazy new controller, but the Sonic Riders games have always been... what the f***? Far more technical than I was anticipating. I can never win here, and it confused me to no end. Most of the time, I would boot this game up, just watch the opening, and sit on the menu afterwards. I didn't understand this game, and to be quite honest, I still don't. And I know I haven't given this thing a fair shake and took the time to understand its quirks, but I'm getting older. Time is running out, and if I'm gonna spend my day either learning Sonic Riders Zero Gravity or going outside and making the most out of my life, I'm gonna eat fucking Cheetos, damn it. Well, the next game I picked up was the home console version of Atlantis SquarePants. Yes, now that I had a Wii, I could finally fulfill my destiny to play each of the yearly SpongeBob games.
Oh my god.
I think this was THQ's breaking point with the annual SpongeBob releases. I mean, just the fact this was based on a TV special instead of an original idea made this feel so cheap. This didn't feel like they wanted to make another SpongeBob game. This felt like they scrambled to put one out to meet the quota. The Creature from the Krusty Krab developers are back. To do what to me? And we have cutscenes that feel like a throwback to the old SpongeBob PC games I played, which was sorta cool. But then when we enter the game, wow. This is unacceptable, man. You can tell how little damn time they had to whip something up. There are 14 levels, which are more so minigames, and a third of them are push the button at the right time. Why else would they put this in the game? It's because they didn't have time to give you actual things to do. It's not even like you're doing this to a rhythm like Dance Dance Revolution. You just push the right buttons. The visuals on screen aren't even interesting. It's just characters walking or standing. It's so goddamn embarrassing. The other levels aren't much better. Another third are these first-person rail shooter segments, and then there's the vehicle stages and 2 of these overhead puzzle platforming ones. And none of these are special whatsoever. They feel like they're here because they were the easiest and quickest to develop while maintaining a somewhat high-quality presentation, something at least sort of in line with what you'd expect out of a SpongeBob game visually and audibly. The voice actors are all here, except for Mr. Krabs, who they oftentimes couldn't get the official voice for in-game, so they'd settle for an impersonator. In Atlantis SquarePants, they don't even do that. They just keep him silent, so he's just jumping around most of the time. But he's a main character here, so he feels more like the group's dog. Like, oh, he's so happy. Look at him. I bought this game one day in June of 2008. I took it home, popped it in, and finished it that same day, which was something I don't remember doing until then. I was shocked. I still disliked Creature from the Krusty Krab more, but this was obviously a downgrade from that, which is damn impressive. Creature was really ambitious with its core concept. I just think they lost steam as development progressed. It's like they had fun ideas but didn't know how to design the game's levels to actually make them fun. Atlantis SquarePants, on the other hand, man, this was doomed from the start. It's hard to see any passion present here. Most of the gameplay here is DVD menu level interactivity. Creature from the Krusty Krab really frustrated me with how boring it was, but Atlantis SquarePants was just flat out embarrassing. Though this wasn't my last hurrah with Nickelodeon games. Oh, no. Because that same month, one of my relatives got me Nicktoons Attack of the Toy Bots as yet another birthday gift. Okay, so this was the third in the Nicktoons crossover saga. I always wanted these. It was like every kid's dream. What? But that excitement always faded away just a few minutes after you started playing. I tried these out at friends' houses, and they just didn't leave an impression on me. But as a kid, I didn't think too deeply about it. I still wanted these games for the brand alone. And Attack of the Toy Bots was the first one I owned myself. Moving on. Yeah, that's about all I have to say here. This was just boring as hell. The gameplay was as basic as you could get. Just move forward, platform a bit, beat up enemies. It's a sound game if you want to be fair about it. If you don't, this game licked me. Something about the Nicktoons game's crustier graphics and drab environments just made these feel like lower end titles. Even as a kid, it was hard to really care about this one. I got to a point where I didn't know how to progress and I just gave up. Wow, what a lineup! I was so happy to be in the next generation of gaming. Now, thankfully, later that summer, I had some cash and gift cards to blow, and one day at GameStop, I laid my eyes on Super Mario Galaxy. I recalled seeing some commercials here and there, and in those ads and on the box art, the act of flying through space looked exhilarating. And I knew I could depend on Mario to give me a good time, especially after how many mediocre games I started my Wii ownership off with. So just like that, my next game was f***ing amazing! Oh my god, this is the greatest game I've ever played! That's right, you Quidditch World Cup! The opening was the coolest damn thing I'd ever seen! It's like Mario, but at a whole new level in terms of visuals, music, scope. Every single galaxy was so damn memorable and fun to traverse. Walking around planets, defying gravity was a game changer! The music was incredible, the visuals were the best I'd ever seen at that point! Camella! This turned out to be my favorite game of all time. God, I was so excited when I finally beat it. I ran downstairs to tell my parents before realizing they have no goddamn idea what I was sweaty about. Playing this game just always felt like you were doing something important, like you were experiencing history in the making. It felt substantial. It felt like games that dreams were made of. I had 3 complaints. Back in the day, I thought to myself, what if I wrote a review for Super Mario Galaxy? Complaint number 1. The health meter beeped a lot when you got down to 1. Complaint number 2. The flying wasn't as integral to the game as I had anticipated. It was mostly just in cutscenes, and when you did get full control, it was via a barely utilized power-up super late in the game. Complaint number 3. My foot kinda hurts today. That's all I could muster. As far as I was concerned, this was as perfect as you could get as a video game. It got me deeper into video games than ever before. I would go through Wikipedia just saving all the Mario box arts to our computer. I don't know why. I didn't have an end goal there. I just like doing it. I remember starting to scour websites like IGN this year, reading all the reviews for the latest games. Hell, if there was a video review, I noticed the download button and I put them on blank DVDs for fun to watch them in the car on my portable DVD player because entertainment is subjective, damn it. And watching those video reviews actually got me interested in my next Wii pickup, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. This game looks spectacular online. I love the concept of punching Pikachu, kicking him, and killing him. Yeah, I wasn't big into Pokemon as a kid. I thought it was stupid, and I wanted to take out that aggression somehow. And I found 2 ways to do it. I saved up the cash needed to nab a copy, and my mom ran me to the nearest Target where, lo and behold, in its Wii section, lied. Okay, so I was met with my worst nightmare that day. No! I've had a wonderful life. Mario Kart Wii was the hottest game out at the time. So hot, it was impossible to find, much like the Wii itself. And right when I was ready to buy another game, that's when we find it. Gosh damn it. My mom ended up making a deal with me. She'd buy Mario Kart, though it'd be my Christmas present. I went, sure. In July. 5 months? How can you expect me to wait 5 months? I can't wait that long. I'll be a completely different person by then. I'll own Lego Batman. Well, that was the price I had to pay in order to ensure I had the game I would trade into GameStop 3 years later. I definitely wanted Smash Brothers more in the moment. As Mario Kart I was mostly interested in due to the Wii wheel included and because everybody wanted it. So, the deal was made. I got Super Smash Bros. Brawl that day alongside ensuring a Mario Kart Wii later down the line. I also got Death. I didn't have much experience with Smash Brothers at this point. I recall playing about 5 minutes worth of Melee at a friend's house back in like 2005, and like this kid had every game you could ask for. Pac-Man Fever, War of the Whiskers, everything. So in the moment, as everybody was enjoying the hell out of one of the greatest games of all time, I was thinking about the possibilities. It took until Brawl for me to fully understand and appreciate the beauty of Smash Brothers, though I think if I actually owned Melee, I definitely would have started with that game. Because these games are like video game platforms on video game platforms. You could pop them in, even if you weren't in the mood to play Smash Brothers, and find something fun to do. Like in Brawl, you could browse the history of games Nintendo's published, play the coin launcher game to collect trophies, stickers, hell, just go for a high score. You could dick around in Stage Builder, which was a blast. Create sticker albums, watch videos, listen to music, play demos of classic Nintendo games, and that's without mentioning the actual game here. Super Smash Bros. Brawl was electrifying to play. One of those games where everything just sticks with you. The custom sound coming from the Wii remote when picking a character, the joy on my face when discovering Special Brawl, trying to make the worst playing match imaginable, all the incredible stages. I loved Picto Chat, WarioWare, Mario Circuit, Skyworld, Mario Brothers, the amazingly detailed visuals, incredible music spanning dozens of franchises, and of course, the teen rating. So adult, I may as well have been watching porn. You may notice I'm not talking much about the game itself. I was bad. I thought this game was damn fun, but I was not optimally playing it. I was using a Wii remote on its side. I was oftentimes picking Mario. Hit the A button, he would grow, and I thought that was some kind of attack I wasn't landing properly. It was a taunt, but how would I know that back then? It's not like I would take the instruction manual on bathroom trips sometimes, or so regularly. I also had no clue how to set up matches with computer players. Firstly, I just assumed that group button, that ain't for me. I'm by myself. There's nothing for me in there. But when I actually decided to enter it and hopped on over to that character select screen, I had no damn clue I could select CPU players. I was sitting on this for minutes, and I didn't understand why jump was up. I thought, well, it has to be one of these buttons here. So I went into the controller customization options and definitely played a good chunk of this game without one of my attacks. But I powered through and was eventually able to unlock all the characters by beating the single-player campaign, the Subspace Emissary. After that, Brawl was reliable. A game I could always pop in and have an incredible time with no matter what. Whether it involved fighting or not. This was one of my favorite games. And even though subsequent Smash titles eclipsed this one, you hand me Brawl, and I'm gonna have a blast. Now, just because the past two games I picked up were legitimate titles, that doesn't mean I wasn't past my bullshit phase. Back in 2008, you couldn't watch TV without getting carnival games crammed down your gullet. To be fair though, this sounded and looked pretty damn fun. I mean, Wii Sports really set the standard for what I expected out of these types of games. And if that could make bowling as great as it was, imagine what carnival games could do. I'd have a full-blown carnival in my house at all times. And what do you know? It delivered. Oh, that's vomit. Yeah, this wasn't as cool as I had hoped. All these games were just so basic and bland. They were all over in like 30 seconds, and all you got for beating them were prizes that did nothing. So they're carnival games. Okay, so playing this game nowadays, I have a lot more respect for it. Not because it's anything special, rather, it does what it advertises. It's a pretty damn accurate depiction of a carnival, and for like 30 minutes to an hour, it gives you a similar amount of fun you'd get at an actual carnival. Though at the time, I think I was expecting this to be like the most fun thing, when in reality, I didn't think carnivals were the most fun thing. Why the hell was I holding this game to such standards? Carnival games. What? Another game I got that first year of Wii ownership was Smarty Pants. Parents got me this one. It's a trivia game. And yeah, this was a damn basic trivia game, but I liked it for that. The presentation and accessibility were rock solid. No big loading times, easy to jump right in. I have never found a trivia game to outfine this one, because this one was perfectly fine. This is still usually my pick when a trivia game is requested. It does the job, and it does it well. But my next pick would be... I have a certain reputation in the trivia game community. One day at Toys R Us, I had just enough cash to pick up a new game, okay? I swear this was where I gave up on SpongeBob. Not the past 8 times, no, this was the one. SpongeBob SquarePants featuring Nicktoons Glops of Doom. All right, so I assumed THQ wanted to stick to a yearly SpongeBob game on consoles, but just didn't have one ready for 2008, though they had the next Nicktoons game, which, hey, title it this way. We get our SpongeBob game, and the Nicktoons game has a chance of selling well. Because I think around this time, the concept of being a Nicktoon wasn't as lucrative as it once was. I mean, no, every character not from SpongeBob on this cover, their show was already over by this point. But even as a kid, I caught on to what THQ was trying to do with the titling here, and I think that's mostly why I was interested in picking it up. I wanted to see if it's just another goddamn Nicktoons game. Yeah, I didn't give a damn about this one. Much like Attack of the Toy Bots, it just wasn't interesting. Like, what, do you want to play this? Globs of Doom? Doom Globs? This is it. I was done. I was over trying to play the yearly SpongeBob game. I played real games now. Remember the Scholastic book catalogs you get in school where you could order stuff to then receive in a big old bag by your teacher like months later? Oh, they would always have like 3 video games for purchase in these. One was actually a PC game titled Video Game Tycoon that promised to give you the ability to make your own games and burn them onto a blank DVD. Now that was a dream come true, so I bought that. Didn't work on my computer. I also saw a 4-game multi-pack for Battleship, Connect 4, Sorry, and Trouble on the DS. Didn't care for this one. I think I got this for 2 reasons. Now, one, I technically bought it in school. That's pretty badass, man. That's like smoking a cigarette in front of a puppy. 2, having 4 popular board games on DS felt like a no-brainer. These games were timeless classics, so no matter what, I would have instant, accessible fun with this cartridge. Meh! Yeah, the concept of having these games on the go sells this pack a lot better than the game itself. It's just kind of boring. But that wasn't the last game I picked up via the catalog throughout my middle school years, because at one point, they were offering Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games for Wii. Wow, that's an actual video game, not something for PC, not Trouble. This was a game I wanted regardless of it being from a catalog or not, but it definitely helped. So yes, I ended up getting this one in school. I ran home to play, and by God, it was okay. With my track record, that's a miracle. I may not have been around for the Mario and Sonic rivalry of the 90s, but I could always tell something was up between these two. So to see these 2 icons come together for a game, it was incredibly exciting. Though I already saw that happen in Smash Brothers, so what could this really do to swoon me? Fair. I had some fun with this one, though it was very shallow. Like, I could only ever play for 30 minutes straight without getting bored. But those 30 minutes? Wow. It was enjoyable to an extent, but I think that was mostly due to the gimmick of this being a bunch of Mario and Sonic characters. And I didn't even experience that enough because you could play as your Mii in the game, and I took any opportunity to play as my Mii. Because what's cooler than Vector the Crocodile standing right next to him? I think my main issue with Mario and Sonic is how most of these mini-games don't feel like great uses of the Wii Remote. And instead, they feel like games that were designed around mashing buttons translated over to motion control. And then when you're done with a game, the last thing I'm thinking is, let's do that again. It's fun for a bit, but it overstates its welcome pretty quickly. With the Wii taking up most of my video game energy in 2008, I think I definitely needed to show my DS I still cared about it. And you must be saying, but Scott, what more could you do? You know what? You got a point, but I'll spoil it anyways, because when I was on the school bus one day, I saw somebody playing a full 3D Mario game on their DS. Oh my God. What was this? I didn't know this was a thing. I heard about New Super Mario Brothers, but this was like that game on Nintendo 64 I saw my cousins play. Damn it. Bugs Life. After doing a bit of research and actually seeing this at Target, I knew it was Super Mario 64 DS. I absolutely had to have this. I mean, I had already dreamed of playing console and PC games on the go, so to have this game that I only ever imagined as a console game on a road trip, it was magical. I remember seeing this fake leak for Super Mario Galaxy DS on YouTube and damn near went, holy shit. The idea of playing a 3D Mario portably, it was finally realized with this. And to be honest, I think Mario 64 DS stuck the landing for the most part. This was basically everything I could have asked for here. It was Super Mario 64 on the DS. Now, it does have its fair share of issues, which, through the eyes of an 11-year-old, Oh, wow. Major problems in the game, like the lack of an analog stick and strange changes from the original, don't affect a child who doesn't understand how games can be better sometimes. You just suck it up, power through, and learn to live with it. I played this thing so much. I mean, why wouldn't I? It's a full 3D Mario in the palm of my hands. I definitely have always wanted to talk about this on its own for a while, so I'll stop for the most part there. But I can't finish without mentioning why this game was even good to begin with. The mini games, baby. This is where I learned what kind of gamer I really am. Yeah, this thing always kept me busy. Whether it was the core game, the mini games, the damn title screen. I got dozens, maybe even hundreds of hours out of Mario 64 DS. And I think this, on top of what we're going to talk about next, got me fully committed to the world of video games. Browsing the web one day, I came across a trailer for the next big Sonic game, Sonic Unleashed. This looked unbelievable. The sense of speed, the detailed visuals, I was awestruck at this thing. This was, no joke, the most I had ever wanted a video game. I would mention it at any moment I could. I remember in school, a question asked me what my favorite song was. I never knew what the answer was, but I knew a song I really liked at the moment was the song from the Sonic Unleashed trailer. And now you know my deepest secret. Months went by, and I was desperately praying I would get Unleashed for Christmas. And I did. I barely played it. Yeah, what a tragic story. It's not that I didn't like Sonic Unleashed. In fact, I remember it satisfied me fine enough. But see, the part of the game I was the most enamored by was the part where you were in fact playing as Sonic. It's when we move over to this side of the bed where things get Scott stops playing you-ish. The Werehog. It's not that these sections are bad or I didn't like them. They just weren't what I wanted to play here. It's like if you were forced to do a crossword puzzle between Mario Kart races. It's not like they're bad puzzles, just why are they here? I remember thinking the daytime stages were a ton of fun, while the nighttime stages, I was just doing them to get to the next daytime stage. And because they made up half the levels in the game, it definitely got me to stop playing before I really wanted to. Isn't it the worst to be let down by a game like this, especially when you were a kid? Getting this game meant the world to me, and to end up being kind of a letdown, it's definitely a bit heartbreaking, not gonna lie. That doesn't mean I disliked the game, not at all. It just wasn't as mind-blowing as I was hoping it would be back then. Which might also be because the trailers all showcase the Xbox 360 version of the game. Well, either way, I was incredibly happy to finally get this alongside a game I was waiting for nearly half a year. It was finally time to experience Mario Kart Wii. This game. Okay, so I'm exaggerating because I did enjoy this one, but man, was it hard. Still, to this day, I'd say Mario Kart Wii is one of the more difficult entries in this series, which is wild considering it was advertised as one of the most accessible. And one of the hardest damn ways to play an already pretty tough game is what they advertise as the optimal way to play, using the included Wii wheel, and what the hell is this? Automatic or manual? Well, why would I choose manual? I don't want to do anything. The core thing I remember from this game was not winning, and my beloved battle mode from Double Dash. It just wasn't the same here. Everybody was on teams, they were timed matches, it just didn't do it for me. This led to Mario Kart Wii being a game I did enjoy, but more so from a distance. For the longest time, I considered this to be one of the worst in the series due to the difficulty and super wacky item balancing, though in recent years, that honestly makes it one of the best to go back to. This is probably my favorite to play with friends right now, but for 11-year-old Scott, it was traumatizing. And then there was Lego Batman the video game. At least the trauma was more interesting. Yep, this was my other Wii game Christmas gift, and I did ask for this one. I was interested in the Lego games and was watching reruns of the Batman show from the 60s at the time, so I decided to ask for this, and I just didn't get far here. I don't know, the Lego formula just never hooked me, so this is one I didn't play too awful much. Similar to one of the DS games I got that Christmas from one of my uncles. First up, Scott, you lying scum. Hey, well, I was done with the SpongeBob console games. Here we have the handheld game, Drawn to Life SpongeBob SquarePants Edition. Hey, this was a surefire bet. I like Drawn to Life, and I like SpongeBob. I don't remember a single goddamn thing about this game. I think I appreciated the concept of this game far more than the game itself, which was fine. There's nothing really wrong with it. But I think I liked Drawn to Life because I was fantasizing that this was my own video game. You put a SpongeBob skin on it, it's not nearly as personable. Still, a pretty decent time, just not anywhere near as good as the final game I got that Christmas. New Super Mario Brothers. Not even from my parents. One of my uncles, they took a random swing with this one and hit it out of the park. New Super Mario Brothers was like the de facto DS game. The one everybody enjoyed. The one everybody could depend on for basic gaming goodness. So getting it here, alongside many of the other titles I started playing, I finally started feeling like I was playing the right things. Like, this was one of the highest rated games at that time, right alongside Mario Galaxy, Smash Brothers Brawl, Mario Kart Wii, Drawn to Life SpongeBob Edition. It felt so good to be playing something good. You know it! Early in 2009, during a family shop sesh, we noticed a copy of Wii Fit was available. Another notorious hard-to-find Wii game at the time. So that was an instant pickup. No particular reason for it. I think it was just the Wii frenzy kicking in. It's so hard to find. When we find it, well, what else are we supposed to do? I'm scared to think about the possibilities. We bought it. This was a huge deal, coming with a balance board and all. Definitely kept the fun going from games like Wii Sports, but in a different way. I can't say I actually used the fit portions of Wii Fit all too much. The yoga and strength training exercises were about as interesting as yoga and strength training. I'll play the soccer ball game, thank you very much. I wonder how many calories I burned from this. Too many. Oddly enough though, I think my favorite game here was running. Yeah, I thought it was so cool. You could put the remote in your pocket, jog in place, and the game would read everything fairly accurately. I really enjoyed my time with Wii Fit. Enough to warrant lugging the balance board around to families' houses when I'd want to plug in the Wii to show others. Christ, Scott, just bring Wii Sports, that's all they need. Come February 2009, I'm not sure what warranted this, but my mom got me a Valentine's Day gift. Because could you tell? I earned one. I guess she caught this for a good price because I got My Sims Kingdom. Never asked for this, nor did I usually get Valentine's Day gifts, so this was concerning. But hey, I got a new game, so I didn't think twice about it, and My Sims was something I had definitely seen advertised, and honestly, most of the time, if a game was heavily marketed for Wii, it usually entered my wish list. Oh, Mushroom Men The Spore Wars? Oh man, I want that, they told me. And while the original My Sims may have been on my wish list for that reason, I'm pretty happy my mom picked up this one instead, because good lord is this okay. Basically, it's a life sim game, but with a story and objectives. You can build stuff to go around the world and make everybody's life in the kingdom as a whole better. I really liked how you could treat this as a basic sim game and build your house, decorate it, and leave it at that. Or you could chip away at the campaign stuff. I thought it was well balanced in that aspect. It made me care about both sides so much more. I liked this one. It was a good game to chip away at for a few months. It's nothing too awful special, but I think it was one of the better titles for kids on here. One of the better titles by EA, one of the better games I owned. On a tragic note, so I was invited to a birthday party by a friend of mine, and the location was at this place. It was unlike so many other businesses. Basically, it was like a library for video games mixed with an internet cafe. You'd go there, check out a game, sit down at one of their many TVs, and could play it. It felt right for multiplayer games like Halo, which is what the other kids were playing. And me, on the other hand, I knew what I was about. I checked out Sonic 06 on 360 because I had seen reviews online and wanted to see how bad it was. Yuck, pretty. But one of the main titles I tried out was Boogie, one of the heavily advertised Wii games I was referring to. I was dancing like crazy here. A crowd of parents formed around me watching, probably because, what's more interesting? I recall one of them asking, is he like a professional dancer? Buddy, I remember I didn't even pass the stage I was playing. But I think that was enough of an ego boost where I thought, wow, this must be my calling in life, to own Boogie. Things are feeling good by this point. I had multiple reasons to live. Now, another game I played here was WarioWare Smooth Moves, which I just had a flat out great time with. So for the next few months, my main goal was to own both of these titles for myself, which I eventually did. First up, WarioWare. Honestly, one of my favorite Wii games. It made me fucking cry. This part right here, facing off against the swordsman, oh my god. Not only did this take me hours to nail, but every time I'd fail, I had to play through all the micro games before again. And oh, here comes the boss, and there goes my sanity. I was generally able to keep my cool as a youngin', but everybody has an emotional breakdown at some point. There's nothing to be ashamed of there, and now there is. But I eventually beat the game. hour-and-a-half long game. I did it, I beat it, I persevered. But like other WarioWares, it was definitely meant to be replayed, and replay it, I did. I found this to be one of the best showcases for the Wii Remote. I mean, the amount of incredible ideas in here is unbelievable. Even something as stupid as let go of the remote and have it dangle by the wrist strap. I mean, that's the stupidest goddamn brilliant idea I've ever heard. Absolutely loved this game. Much like Anti-Boogie. Yeah, this didn't hit the same without an audience of onlookers. I remember realizing so much of this game is just shaking the Wii Remote randomly, pretending you know how to dance. So I left the room and kept shaking and boom, 4 stars. Well, see, you can't cheese the game. I didn't get 5. This was definitely one of those games you played somewhere and loved, but when you finally get it for yourself, you're told of a gas leak that occurred. Yeah, I gotta be honest, this is a pretty worthless game, though this is where Mom came to the rescue, because for Easter of 2009, I got a new game to help me forget about Boo. We're back on the DS, this time with Professor Layton and the Curious Village. What a wild shot in the dark. I mean, who the hell is this? Seemed like a pretty random game to get until I popped it in. Lo and behold, fully animated cutscenes, voice acting, and a mix between point-and-click adventure and riddle? Oh man, I love riddles. Here's a good one. Why? Professor Layton was incredibly solid. Something my mom and I actually played together a bit, considering the puzzles in the game were general brain teasers. You just had to think about them for a second rather than have good hand-eye coordination. And I thought the production values were crazy impressive for a DS title and a new franchise like this. I had a great time with Curious Village, one of the DS's definitive games in my opinion, which is partially why I didn't get a ton more for the handheld after this. Yeah, this was pretty much it for my DS collection. A few more I picked up later, but for the most part, this was it. Was it good for you? But that didn't mean I wasn't invested into the DS life. No. Because in April of 2009, I upgraded to a black Nintendo DSi after reading about it in my newly subscribed to Nintendo Power magazine. A DS with 2 cameras? Well, that's just flat out productive. Think of everything I can accomplish with cameras on my DS. Think of all the things I can do with this redesign. Like not play my Game Boy Advance games. Oh, yeah. Here. Yeah, not an ideal purchase looking back at this. I saved up my cash for months for this thing, the DS with a camera. Traded in my DS Lite and Game Boy Advance games to afford this, when it's just another DS with a huge feature removed. But the new inclusions more than made that up to me at the time. I loved having all these fun applications preloaded on the system. That made it so that no matter what games I brought on a road trip, there was always Nintendo DSi sound to fall back on. And hey, the Nintendo DS browser was included on the system for free now. Oh my god, that's so cool! Many DSi features like this obviously required Wi-Fi connectivity though, which we still didn't have. Though we got this unofficial Ethernet adapter for the Wii at Circuit City around the time, and this was when I started to dive into video game history with the Wii Shop channel. 2,000 Wii Points cards became bargaining chips for me as I begged my parents for them. These were 20 bucks a pop, so I felt they were at reasonable prices to barter for. I'll trade you a month's worth of dog cleanup for a $20 gift card, thank you, suckers. But I would get these every now and then and splurge on a few NES games, specifically those I had at my grandma's house, which were amazing to finally own. Sometimes SNES, N64, or new WiiWare releases were scooped up, making it so, realistically, I was set for life on my Wii. There was no reason to get anything else. No reason. For my 12th birthday, I asked for Wii Music, I got Wii Music. It was like asking for somebody to stab you and they shoot you instead. I was keen on owning every Wii series game at the time, as you are before you buy Wii Music. Plus, I played trombone in middle school, so it's almost like this was a perfect match. Oh my god, you're a murderer, he's a victim. It's perfect! So I knew of this game's reputation at the time, though I was willing to give it a chance because, well, it's Nintendo. They get me. And to be quite honest, I had some fun with Wii Music as a silly little toy. It felt sort of like a fleshed out boogie, something that's more akin to a noisemaker than anything else. But unlike other noisemakers, this one had pizzazz. I love the ability to make your own music video and design your own album cover, the never-ending supply of instruments to test out, and the mini-games which made Wii Music an actual video game. Because for the most part, it's just shake controllers, make song. And I get why they did this, to bring the joy of making music to those who don't know how to play any instruments, and who knows, maybe it'll inspire them to learn one. I stopped playing trombone 2 years later. I was far more keen on playing Big Brain Academy Wii Degree, another title I got for my birthday. While I never had any of these brain training games on DS, I had this Wii adaptation which did more than enough for the old noggin.
A little too late.
The main mode I played here was multiplayer. I mean, it's seriously genius to turn brain games into a competition to see who can solve the most or solve them the quickest. That'll get you to think. My mom and I played this one quite a bit together, which, once again, made me really happy to be playing a multiplayer game with my parents that they understood and also had fun with. Let's add the negative effect to this in Photoshop. The iconic 3 other games I got from my extended family for my birthday: Rayman Raving Rabbids TV Party, Thrillville Off the Rails, and Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? Make the Grade. Thrillville, I saw my friend playing the original on his PS2, and I remember he bragged about it, saying, "You can kiss girls in the game." Ended up thinking that was pretty much all you did in this, so instead of managing a theme park, I mostly played this as a dating sim, which just completely made this game irrelevant. Rayman Raving Rabbids TV Party. Everybody knew of the Rabbids games on Wii back then, but this was the only one I owned and played, and it was just sort of there. I didn't love it, didn't hate it. I think I was most interested in the Wii Balance Board support. Getting to use that outside of Wii Fit now, that was the dream. Turns out, didn't need rabbits for that. Then there was Make the Grade, which I didn't like because I couldn't use the pointer to select answers. What's that I have, you ask? Oh, it's just standards. Not the most prolific lot of Wii titles. I was grateful nonetheless, but I had bigger fish to fry later that summer. 2009 was the first year I recall looking into anything related to E3. I think on a whim, I decided to look up Mario games on Wikipedia and found the page for New Super Mario Bros. Wii the day it was announced. Because I just have a sixth sense telling me whenever Wikipedia is edited. I would not wish this hell upon anybody. But that was how I discovered a sequel to my beloved Wii Sports was releasing in July. Wii Sports Resort. The next time I was at GameStop, I traded in a few games, and the cashier mentioned I could put that money towards a pre-order for a game I was interested in. Well, how convenient! I just started looking forward to future game releases. $20 towards Wii Sports Resort, please! Then when it came to release day, I was at a different GameStop. I thought the money I put down could be transferred to a different store. It couldn't. I couldn't help myself. I bought the game anyways, and told my mom I still had money down at another store. She was frustrated with me, and while my relationship with my mother has never been the same, it was all worth it to play bowling early. Wii Sports Resort was awesome. I particularly loved swordplay and island flyover. Hell, even the opening. It was strangely cinematic for a Wii series game, but I wasn't complaining. My parents were, though. And this wasn't nearly as intuitive or accessible as the original Wii Sports. That made it a hell of a lot better as a single-player experience, though I wasn't able to play in multiplayer nearly as much as I wanted to. But add this to the pile of mainstay Wii games for me, titles I always came back to, just kinda not really, but close enough, like Order Up, another game I picked up that summer. I saw a review online which made it look so fun. I love the concept here. It was basically a restaurant simulator. Cook up customer orders using motion controls and try to give everybody the best food in the shortest time possible, which you can then use the money you make throughout to buy upgrades like spices or employees. Game with a chef hat, that's more you can say about, I don't know, bugs. But I really liked Order Up. It was quite well done, very addictive and satisfying to play through. Though there were some games still on the top of my wish list, and later that fall, while at Best Buy, I finally picked up the console version of the Simpsons game on Wii. It was about damn time. I had to make do with the DS version all these years, and now I can play the actual game I scoured previews of for months back in 07. Scott, how does it feel to finally own the Simpsons game on console now?
I own the Simpsons game on console now.
Yeah, this one wasn't anything incredible, though I still admire it a lot. It is a bit of a Sonic Unleashed situation where all the trailers showcase the gorgeous HD versions, and on Wii, I mean, they don't look bad, just not nearly as striking. So presentation-wise, this is still quite solid. It's just when we get to the gameplay, I don't care. This is a very basic 3D platforming action game. If it didn't have all the effort put into the visuals, voice acting, and writing, damn givers would all pass on this one. It isn't a fun game, it's functional. What makes it fun is the presentation, which is downgraded on Wii, so obviously the HD versions are the way to go. And I think many should give them a go, because this is still a really cool release. And the Wii version isn't bad. I finished it back in the day and had to find enough time. It just wasn't something I really ever cared about for the gameplay. which is unfortunate because the character's special abilities are all really cool in concept, but they just aren't utilized in fun ways. Solid 6.5 out of 10 kind of game right here, with 5 out of 10 gameplay and 8 out of 10 presentation.
And 10 out of 10 not being Game Party 2.
Christmas of '09. I opened up my one game-shaped gift to reveal,
Oh man, I wanted a game.
my parents definitely just saw this for cheap and picked it up because that was the Game Party series shtick. Each title was generally around $19.99 brand new and preyed upon those who wanted another Wii Sports or Wii Play. I mean, just having official Wii remotes on the cover was enough to make this seem like another quality official title. I don't blame them for picking this up.
I blame society.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think this game is as bad as most reviews made it out to be. It's not great, but it is as advertised. The controls work, it's quick to get into the games. I mean, you can get by with this. It's fine for a night of harmless, mindless fun. Rating it as low as Molluscum, I have to ask why. I played this a few times, but I knew its deal. I was very aware of what this game was, and while I thought it was okay, it was obviously just kind of a filler game in the collection. But then, we had my mom's side of the family's Christmas to go to, and there we had a system where you'd draw names from a hat a month prior. You'd get one person you had to get a gift for, and who got my name? My cousin's boyfriend. And you generally expect something around the $20 range. Maybe at most a DS game. Generally something like a console game. I'd only get those from my parents or on my birthday. But from somebody who wasn't even a blood relative, I assume I'd just open it and say, what the fuck? Yeah, a brand new Wii game. And not just that, the Wii game for that holiday. This game was only a month old at that point. This was $50. That was the craziest thing at the time. I would have never guessed getting this at that moment from him. But I was very grateful. That was an awesome moment. New Super Mario Bros. Wii was so exciting to play. First thing I did when I ran home. And yeah, I had a blast with this. I never made it past the second world, but I loved it. I remember being disappointed the Mega Mushroom power-up from the DS game didn't show up here. Of course, now, I couldn't care less about that thing, but back then, as a kid, it was just damn cool to be so big. Why couldn't it be in the Wii one? Instead, we have the propeller suit, which was still pretty sweet. Mario games can always just create variants of flying power-ups, and it's an easy crowd pleaser. Since for some reason I just couldn't beat World 2, I definitely tried to whip this game out for multiplayer whenever I could, since that was the big jaw-dropping feature. One problem, Scott was an only child and didn't have many friends willing to play games like this with him. So whenever my 4-year-old cousin was around, boom, try to get him to play with me, even though he would throw a tantrum when he was player 2 on the Wii remotes and had no idea what he was doing. So at the end of the day, I always felt like I didn't get enough out of this game. Moving into 2010, around the springtime, Nintendo Power detailed a new title, allowing you to create your very own games. That being WarioWare DIY. Hey, I liked WarioWare on the Wii, and now I can create my own little micro games? That sounds awesome. I always really wanted something like this, but it just felt like every game that promised to let your imagination go wild would end up being the most limiting thing imaginable. Oh my god, I can't wait to make my own level.
I can make this work.
The second I had enough cash, this was mine. One of my first DS games in a good long while. And oh my god, this was it. This was the game I was waiting for. Never before and never since have I seen a game creation game so well done, thought out, and fun. So WarioWare as a series is about Wario and friends making these games. That's the whole point. That's why they look like ass most of the time. So not only does it make perfect sense to go in this direction, the simplicity and short length of microgames make them ideal starting points for players to learn how game creation works. This ain't some kind of level editor thing. You can literally create any kind of 2D game you can think of here. Which does mean this isn't something you just hop into and start making. There are extensive tutorials on how to design a game. But I think that's a necessary hurdle to cross. This game helps you appreciate everything that goes into even the smallest microgames. And if you want the freedom to create whatever you want, you're gonna have to earn the knowledge on how to do it. But once I got through the tutorials, this was my go-to DS game from there on out. Not only was it so damn cool to make my own 5-second long games and make them whatever I want, not being held back by the limitations of games like Drawn to Life, but I could also play this as a typical WarioWare game. They had a bunch of pre-made micro games in here, all designed within DIY, so you could take these and edit them however you like, or pop the hood open to get some inspiration for your next game. There's a music maker, comic maker, you can upload your games online, download others. This is perfect for what it is. I ended up downloading the companion title on the Wii Shop channel, WarioWare DIY Showcase, where you can send your games to the console and play them on the big screen, which thankfully means I still have most of my creations.
Patent pending.
Over that summer, I mostly stuck to playing the games I already owned, but would dabble in new ones here and there. For my birthday, I asked for Wii Fit Plus, since that was only $20 by itself. You didn't need to get the whole balance board bundle, and yeah, it was just Wii Fit with some added features and games, making the original completely irrelevant. Well, not completely. I liked the pet feature in the game. You could weigh them to get them in on the insults. Then the added games, those were a blast. I specifically was excited for the obstacle course, since Nintendo advertised it as experiencing what Mario does on the daily. So this is what it's like to have facial hair. A title I picked up later on with some gift cards was Seen It, Bright Lights, Big Screen. Oh boy, yeah, movie trivia that uses the same control scheme as Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? My fucking Scott doesn't like that gland. Now, these days, I don't care. Back then, I just thought if you're making a trivia game on Wii, you gotta have the pointer controls. I mean, why wouldn't you? Of course, now I realize this allows you to hide your answer from the other player, but back then, I didn't care. I knew what side of history I was on. This was based on the board game series, which I really liked back then, mostly just because it was played alongside a DVD. I hadn't seen 80% of the movies they were talking about here. I just liked the gimmick, and seeing it on Wii replaces that gimmick with something far more practical and logical. Didn't play this much, but then, one fateful day at GameStop, I traded in a few of my titles to nab some in return. First up, Animal Crossing City Folk. I knew this was one of Nintendo's key titles, but man, I didn't know what to do here. Honestly, I only played this one for about 20 minutes. I had no clue what I was doing. Relapsing. Okay, damn it, one last time, and I had a good reason. SpongeBob's Truth or Square. I picked this up used at GameStop, and why did I do that? Because this was developed by Heavy Iron Studios, the same people who made Battle for Bikini Bottom and the movie game. Oh my god, my childhood! Oh my god, my childhood! I was definitely willing to hop back on the SpongeBob game train for this one. I mean, all I really wanted from the last few was another title that impressed me like with what Heavy Iron did. And with Heavy Iron back, I was finally impressed again. Impressed as to how they didn't do that. Okay, so Truth or Square, much like Atlanta Square Panis, was based on a TV special. I don't like that. I think it's cheap, especially considering this has like 2% in common with that episode. They're largely different, though that's probably a good thing considering the special was about the gang getting stuck in the vents of the Krusty Krab. Oh boy, I can't wait to use the C button on that. The game instead is about looking back at various memories throughout the show, which is definitely a fun concept, though there's no real feeling of adventure here like in previous games. It's just a handful of stages loosely based on old SpongeBob episodes, and most of them are aesthetically the same as what we saw in Battle for Bikini Bottom, which is pretty much what the whole game feels like. Though now we have a way better character animation, but all the music here is ripped directly from those old Heavy Iron titles, or just stock music from the show. We have robots as the main enemies again. This game honestly feels like a soulless repeat of what came before. And that's not even considering the gameplay now. It's just so bland. These levels are unbelievably straightforward. You just keep moving in one direction, defeat all the enemies, hit all the switches. That's it. The camera is a little too close and annoying now, and your moveset isn't nearly as fluid and versatile as previously. This isn't a bad game. It's far better than Creature from the Krusty Krab, Atlanta Square Panis, Globs of Doom, all of those. It's pretty high quality, all things considered. But I feel the Battle for Bikini Bottom and the movie game could stand on their own as solid games. This one kinda just feels like they said, okay, it's for kids. Yep, they didn't get far in this one. I kinda just wanted to try for old time's sake, you know, back when I was 11. But 13-year-old Scott had bigger fish to fry. He was too old for this SpongeBob junk and was ready for something bolder, bigger, more mature.
Damn, I'm 13 acting like I'm 14.
Later that year, I picked up Wii Party, another Wii series game, you know the drill. I was able to play this with my parents a bit, and they understood it fine enough. You know, the best thing here was the hide and hunt mode, where you hide the Wii remote somewhere in the actual living room with the others trying to find it as it's playing sounds out of the speaker. One of the most clever uses of the controller, honestly. I love that so much. The game overall, I liked it fine enough, though it being a party game pretty much left it to be played exclusively with others, which, if you haven't noticed, I barely draw anybody else. So why not a single-player game to keep me busy? I really enjoyed My Sims Kingdom, so hey, why not My Sims Agents? 2009 was a prolific year for the My Sims franchise, as they released 3 separate games, both on Wii and DS. A little bit of something for everyone. Bad games, good games, bad games. Agents is actually a pretty solid experience. I don't really like Kingdom at all. I'm downplaying the creation elements and more so going for a linear single-player story where you're trying to solve mysteries. I appreciate the quality here, but I really didn't play this as much as My Sims Kingdom. Man, I'm really striking out hard with a lot of these games. It's been a while since I've gotten something I played relentlessly. So, later that Christmas, the streak continued. Yes, Jeopardy for Wii. Loved the game show, and this was heavily advertised alongside Wheel of Fortune that holiday season. See, the idea of playing Jeopardy at home is fun until you actually play Jeopardy at home. I also got Attack of the Movies 3D. Man, I don't know. This was a random get here, and it's just a basic rail shooter, but it comes with 4 pairs of 3D glasses. Point 1. Yeah, this was fine. I didn't ask for this, but it wasn't anything horrible. It was just, why would I play this more than once? Moving into 2011, this was one of the last years I truly considered to be from my childhood. Even though I was a teenager at the time, I mean, come on. Is a 13-year-old really a teenager, or is it just an old-ass kid? By 2013, I had a job. I was saving my money and started collecting this garbage, so this was the end of an era, in more ways than one. I was definitely becoming envious of the other kids at school with Xbox 360s and PlayStation 3s, as everybody was talking about Call of Duty and not giving a damn about the Wii anymore, and I just couldn't contribute anything to that conversation. But I damn well tried, with most of the games I picked up this year being multi-platform titles. First up, You Don't Know Jack. And now we wait. I watched reviews of this game and thought it looked really quirky and fun. Basically a trivia game that mostly asks legitimate questions phrased in absurd ways that generally pokes fun at pop culture. God damn it. Okay, I was willing to look past it for this game because I thought You Don't Know Jack was really unique. One of the coolest trivia games out there. Yeah, I said it. Keeping up with my multi-plat kick, you may have noticed I never owned a Guitar Hero or Rock Band title, which were huge around this time. To that I say, yep, I tried a little bit of Band Hero at a friend's place, but I think these sets just seemed too expensive. I didn't bother to even ask. However, one day at Best Buy, I noticed a DJ Hero set on clearance for only 20 bucks. I mean, why not? I can finally own a Guitar Hero title now. Just felt like a massive box I needed to check, so I was happy to add this to the collection. As cool as the peripheral was, I only played this once or twice. I mean, it just didn't interest me a whole lot. I'm sorry, I was adapting to the new climate. If I'm going to relate to my fellow classmates, I'm gonna need to get into those newfangled first-person shooters. One Wii Zapper, please. One day at GameStop, I was about to buy a Wii Zapper and a